and you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
Hello everyone and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey and Adolis and we are here to present a team preview on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. It's a team that always looks full of potential but never quite got it right to get into finals. Their best finish ever was third, but can they turn things around and turn this potential into success? I have with me the experts, Alanson Cruikshank and Ken Roymat. Introduce yourself, Dave.
Yes, good day to all of our viewers, fine, Instagram or Facebook, or on any of the other platforms. We are looking here today at the team, the Fort Charlotte Strikers team. They finished in the penultimate position last year, and it's a team that over the years, they have struggled to really get beyond that state of play. In VPL3, I think they got into the playoffs when Miles Bascom had a good season for them as leader, and the team really lifted their performance in that tournament. But so far, it has been quite a bit of a struggle for them. And they've been looking to make a difference this year. They have a lot of experience in their team this time around, a lot of new personnel, and I'm sure they will be wanting to go a lot further than they have in the past. Generally.
Welcome to the viewers. I'm Kenroy Martin here, coming to you live from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the beautiful island. It's in the Caribbean Sea here. Strikers, they have played for all the tournaments. They have struggled, yes, but they had some bright spots. I think that what is very important in this team here is that because they have made a lot of changes, and they have teams who have won tournaments, who have played with successful teams in this setup. So that would bring a different feeling to the team and bring a different vibes. So hopefully that would work for them in this tournament.
As we've mentioned that they look like a whole new unit, a lot of new players in their team. So let's just do a quick rundown of the team they have this year. They have Gideon Cope, captain. Ray Jordan, he's a returning player, always with them. You have Salvan Brown, Roy Williams, Alston Bob, Carlos Brathwaite, Hiram Shadow, Kevin Abraham, Shem Brown, Winston Samuel, Jerome Jones, Bracy Brown, Donwell Hector, and Kevin Joseph. So we selected a best 11 for this team. He could just break it down into the batting and the bowling section. So Alanson, I'll have you start off and tell me a bit about what they can expect with the batting.
All right, so I'm just going to go through the 11 quite quickly that we selected. Pope as captain opening, Salvan Brown, Roy Williams, Hiram Shallow, Brathwaite, Hector, Bob, Abraham, Jones, Jordan, and Winston Samuel. So in terms of the batting, of course, Pope had a very good tournament last year. So he came back into the tournament, fit and raring to go last year, and he scored a lot of runs. And I think that he'll be looking to pick up where he left off during this tournament. As captain, he'll be wanting to make that mark on his team. A few years ago, when he played for West Indies under 19, a lot of bosses were looking to him to go, on to big things. And, it's never too late. So I'm sure that he still has his eyes on representative cricket at higher levels. So he wanted to show that point during this tournament. Brown, in the very first tournament, was very dynamic. Has not been as effective in the last 3 editions of the VPL as Salvan. Of course, we know that there's several Brown brothers in the tournament, so I have to specify which one.
The Brown team.
Yes.
I feel like they can have their own team.
Yeah, they have five brothers in one tournament, so it's a lot of them. So Salvan was the eldest. He, we've been looking to have a very good tournament this time around, because I think that he will have a point to prove that he can still do what he did in VPL1. And then we have Seal Roy Williams, the twin brother of Seal Run. And he is a very good left-hand batsman. Hiram Shallow, we expect him to be in the side as well. We call him most runs in St. Vincent, because almost every tournament he plays, that is what he aims to do, get the most runs. Experienced player, he has played for the Windward Islands. And of course, we have the big man himself, Carlos Brathwaite. Remember the name a few years ago, hitting those 4 sixes in the final against Ben Stokes in 2016 at Calcutta. In the T20 competition, the World T20. And of course, the experienced Donald Hector, the former Windward Islands batsman, and the all-rounder Bob, who I'm sure Kenroy would also mention from the bowling perspective. Bob, my former classmate as well, so throw that in there for him. Mr. Bob.
Yeah, it's a team that I looked at, and I'm wondering to myself, how do they maneuver that power half order? You have Hiram Shallow, he's usually an opener. You'd run Pope, who more than likely open the batting after the good season he had this last year with the Hikers. You also have Salvan Brown, and even Carlos Brathwaite himself. Lidland James' new coach might be tempted to even throw him at the top. So it's something that I was thinking about this team. I think once they get that right, the batting combination, I think they'll be a very disruptive team.
Well, one thing I think that they should just think too much with the batting. Okay. Well, whatever they decide at the beginning, they need to think very clearly about it, decide on that. Maybe experiment in the first game or 2, if you have to try something, all right? And then what you have, maybe have 2 options, and you see which option works better. You go with that throughout the tournament and stick to that, have confidence. Because the chopping and changing and the shifting will leave the team without any role clarity, and that will be very detrimental to their success.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. Well, the strikers, as you said, they are top heavy. They have a very good batting lineup. But what they need to do is have 5 solid batters at the top. Give them the roles and their functions. In the bowling aspect of it, who would they turn to? Ray Jordan has been a part of this team for a number of years. What has happened to Ray Jordan is that they have not taken the opportunities. When he bowls, and it presents that opportunity, they are not taking those opportunities. So he would always be key for them. Also, in the bowling department, Alston Bob, very tight bowler. his experience as well. Brathwaite with the ball, he could do very well for them as well. So the bowling looks good. The batting looks good. Just getting the people in the right position, doing the job that they are asked to do, again, would do the job for strikers.
It's a good thing that they sort of strengthened their bowling as well this year. I just remember in past editions, they've sort of been reliant on Ray Jordan to execute for them. And after his 2 overs, who else did they have? So it's not that they have some experience in the bowling to come in PPL5. PPL 224, it sort of looked to Miles Bascom to be the man to score runs for them. And usually you see if he don't score runs, they don't really, do well in the tournaments. And Ray Jordan, he's a key man with the ball as well. In terms of effect, who do you think will be the influential player, the most effective player in the tournament for the fourth shot striker? Well, it's hard to look past a man like Carlos Brathwaite. He has over 2,000 across all the franchises that he played turned out for. And he also has over 200 wickets with the ball. And I also think he'll play a great role in leadership in the team. Gidram Pope is a first-time captain in this competition. So he'll be one of the persons that will be helping him, assisting him on the field of play. Alan, who do you have a more influential player for the fourth shot of Steinheim?
Well, I see, you have made some salient points concerning Carlos, but just to veer away a little bit from what everybody would expect, most people just expect everybody would just say Carlos Brathwaite. So I'm going with Salman Brown. I think as a player in his 40s, he was very effective in VPL 1. But since then, he has not really, set the world alight as much as he would have wanted to. But I think that this VPL5, is an opportunity for him to do so. And it may even be one of his last opportunities to do so, because I think that a lot of the franchises, after a while, they would start moving away from a lot of these very experienced players if they're not putting in the performances. So I see this as a very important year for him, and I'm backing him to make an impact in the tournament.
It's a take based on instinct coming. I feel like
Sometimes feel like that. Sometimes in cricket, they just take a little, you just take a little punt here and there. I mean, you may not be the record, but sometimes, and Kenroy would tell you, you as well as a captain, Kenroy would tell you as a coach and as a leader as well, that sometimes you just feel that this is what is going to happen, and this person may have a good day, or this person may have a very influential time.
Influencing.
I think the captain, Gidram Pope, he has been here and there. With leadership on his shoulder, I think that he could come to the party and bring something big for his team. He has been inconsistent with his run scoring, and he's a very prolific striker of the ball as well. So I think that Gidram Pope would be very influential in this team, and the way that he leads his team could make a big impact on this tournament. Gidram Pope.
But we mentioned Carlos Brathwaite. He's one of 2 overseas players in the team. We also have Jerome Jones. Alan said, if you could tell the fans what they can expect from Jerome Jones in this tournament.
Yeah, well, Jones, he is a former resident under-19 player. He's an all-rounder. So he'll be looking to contribute with both bat and ball in this tournament. We haven't seen him in the VPL before, and I, for one, have not seen him play on any occasion previously. But his stats would show that he's a pretty solid player, both with bat and ball, and so he'll be looking to make that impact for his team in this tournament. You're looking at the squads and you're realizing that the squads are dependent. They're getting more dependent on all-rounders. Mm-hmm. And so all-rounders are becoming the way to go, especially in the shortest version of the game. And so it will be interesting to see how quickly he gets settled in and accustomed to the conditions here at the Arnesville playing field, and also within the dynamics of his team and how they utilize him.
All right. Well, they never made finals. Towards the this, where do you see them in this edition? VPL5, where do you see the strikers?
I see them getting into the playoffs. One of the reasons I think so this year, I look at the experience. You look at Carlos Brathwaite, look at somebody like Alston Bomb. So the think tank is there, and they will provide a lot of assistance to Gideon, who is captain for the first time in the VPL. And so it will be very important to see how these players with that experience, Brathwaite, Bob, and Shallow, how they use that experience within the team, and how that rubs off on the other players. You have some young players there like Williams and so on. But it will be very important for the experienced players to lead from the front. And if that happens, I see them going into the playoffs in this competition.
Well, strikers, they have not been one of the teams that you would say up front, okay, I'll bet my money on them. But the combination of the team that they have here tells you that they mean business this year. We keep calling the big names, but the thing is that would they do the job that they are asked to do? That is the question that strikers need to ask Brathwaite, the Salban Brown, the Gideon Poole. Can they put those performances together? If that happens, then strikers would be a team that I would put as qualifying for the next round.
All right, well, thank you very much for your postscript. Guys, remember, we do a preview on all 6 teams in the tournament. Tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, VPL10, on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And we'll have answers to all these questions when the tournament begins on April 10th through to the 23rd. So stay tuned.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams. It's time to have a look at the Dark View Explorers. They're a team that's of capricious in nature. It's always would they or wouldn't with this team. They were finalists in VPL3 and they finished 4th in the last edition. I have with me Alanson Cookshan and Kenroy Martin, who was the coach in VPL3 when they were near champion.
Well, I'll kick the ball off here. I started it. Explorers never really have big players, but what they have done is play together as a team. And once you play as a team in a tournament, then you get good results. So they would be banking on that as they normally do, but they would have to be led in accordance to that.
All right, you were so excited to talk about your past team. You didn't introduce yourself to the viewers, Didn't tell anybody hi.
Hi, this is Kenroy Martin. How are you doing?
We couldn't wait to get to talking about the Dark View Explorers. Alanson Cookshan.
Yes, good day, everyone, wherever you're watching us from today. So we are here, previewing one of the teams in VPL5, the Dark View Explorers. As Kenroy mentioned, they have been sort of up and down in the tournament from the inception. And I think I don't know if they have gotten over VPL3 because we all remember that finish. I think that was probably one of the actual closest finish that we have had in a VPL final. We got down to the last ball and the team lost by 1 run. But the Explorers, they would be looking to have a good tournament. They have a lot of very important local players, prolific players within our local competitions. Who would want to, show that they can vie with some of the other teams who have a lot of, former internationals in their batting lineup and so on. So they want to show that we can compete and we can actually be right in the mix with everybody.
All right, let's have a look at the full squad for the Dark View Explorers this year. They have Roman up there. He's the captain. Chelson Stoke, Shaman Cliffoff, Darren Grains, Kenson Dalzell, Rickford Walker, Darius Martin, Otis Matthews, Ryan Everett, Shadrach Discarting, Denson Hoyt, Cylron Williams, Tilron Herring, and Elron Basco. Something to note there, guys. They have a new captain, Romano Pay. In the previous editions, they were captained by Lyndon James. He is no longer at the helm of this team. He is now the coach of the Strikers team. So that's something to unpack there for the Dark View Explorers. How do you think they'll go with a new captain, a new man at the helm, something they're not accustomed to?
Well, Pay has led this team in batting. He's accustomed to the players. Leadership is something that he has now gotten into. So he needs to just adjust and play his role as captain You have Graves, you have Hooper who have been there with him. So he knows the players. So I don't think that would be a problem for Pierre. The thing with it is that once he uses his players and he play the game that he's accustomed to play, I think he would do a very good job as captain.
I just wanted Kenroy to answer that question. I wanted to get his thoughts on the new captain. I wanted to get his thoughts on the new captain, as he was Farha coach. But we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, what can you expect from the Dark Blue Explorers this year, Alan? Sorry.
But as a personnel, I was going to name the entire 11. We had Pierre, we had Graves, Hooper, Emirates, Shabbat the Scott, Rickford Walker, Stowe, C. Ron Williams, your leg spinner, Taylor and Harry, Denson Hoyt, and Darius Martin in our 11. So in terms of the bowling, we had here Stowe as an all-rounder. He has been effective in the middle overs in some of the past VPL games. C. Ron Williams, he had a very good VPL3, both with Martin and Ball. The young leg spinner was very, very instrumental in getting into the final in that edition. So they'll be depending a lot on his performance if they want to have a very good finish this year. Hoyt, useful medium pace bowler, bowls a lot at the end, has some variations. And Martin, had his full, I would say he's now coming out of his first full season as a Woodwards player. He has been in and around the team, in the past, but this year he has played a lot of the games. And so he'll be looking to bring that experience as an opening bowler to this team, and he'd want to be more incisive. In the past tournaments so far, he has intimidated some of the opponent's batsmen, but he hasn't gotten a lot of wickets. And he'll be wanting to make an impact as far as wickets are concerned in this tournament if the Dark Blue Explorers are to do very well.
Well said, Alanson. Darius Martin will be a key player for this team. He needs to, as Alanson said, make some inroads pretty early, cause a few upsets. To cause a few upsets in the tournament. But somebody who has been very consistent during this VPL is Shaman Hooper. He has been one of the best batters in this tournament, very consistent. He's always on his game. Once he continues to do that with Pierre at the top, that for Explorers would be a very difficult team to turn over.
We also have Red Emirates, former West Indies all-rounder, still playing from time to time on the circuit, but he will bring a wealth of experience. He has more than 100 T20 games in his career. So he'll be looking to bring his experience to the fore for the Dark Blue Explorers and to pass that on to the other players around him, both with bat and ball. And if that happens and they can, get that information and that make use of that wealth of knowledge very quickly, then, they can upset many of the teams in this tournament because, as you said, cricket is on the day.
Just stay on Riyad Emirates for a little bit. We know he's known as a bowler on the circuit, but we know he's also handy with the bat. Where do you think they'll use it? Do you think they'll use it in the top half, maybe like the pinch hitter? What are your views on that?
I think he will be used in the middle. He's pretty good at striking the ball as well. He bowls a very heavy ball. So they might use him at the back end as well because Martin is up front. Also, what could be done with him as well, as you mentioned it before, is use him as a pinch hitter. But would you want to disturb that opening partnership between Graves and Pierre? That is something that they would have to look at.
Then I have a look at the player we think will make the most impact in this tournament. I'll start off and I selected the leader. I selected Romano Pierre. I think captaincy will bring out the best in him. I think he's a player that enjoys responsibility. I remember having a chat to Martin and you mentioned when you were selecting your team for BPL Green, we made sure you got him. And with one other person, I can't remember the name right now, but I remember that you said you wanted to get Romano Pierre. I paid up because in VPL3, he was a leading run scorer. He had 306 runs. In fact, it's the highest tally of runs in any edition so far. Romano Pierre, 306. And I think that's because roles were clear at that time and he was given responsibility. So I think he performed with the bat for his team because of that responsibility. So what about you, Adam?
Well, I just want to piggyback on your point just a little bit. before I get into my impact player. You mentioned roles and role clarity. And I think that is something that the Derby Explorers have suffered from in the past. And that will need to be done very early in the tournament if they are to have a good tournament. We have seen in the past where from game to game, orders have kept being shuffled and things like that. And the one tournament when they did very well is because everyone kind of knew what they had to do. The order wasn't being shifted from game to game and so on. So I think that would be very important for them. If they come and go into VPL5 with the same approach of, kind of blowing with the wind and without that clarity, then it would be a very difficult tournament for them. And my impact player that I selected was Emrit. As I mentioned before, he has over 140 T20 games. He has over 160 wickets. His best figures are 4 for 35, an economy of 7.59, and his highest T20 batting score is 54 not out. So he will be able to contribute both with bat and ball. But what I want to see from him this tournament, he's now in his 40s. I could say he's probably semi-retired. I wouldn't say that he's retired, but probably semi-retired from the professional circuit. And he would want to really pass on his knowledge and his wealth of experience and expertise to the younger players. And if they can pick these things up very quickly, then I can see the team doing better than I think some people think.
Well, I'm staying home with Sherman Hooper. He has been one of the best batters in the tournament. He's very consistent. And he's somebody what you would want to have in your team in a tournament like this, where the batting is heavily dependent on himself, Graves, Pierre, Emrit, and Stowe. What is missing from the Explorers team really is a good finisher. That is what I see missing from this team. Dean Brung was with the team prior, and this is somebody you could have called upon to score 30, 40 runs within 8-9 balls. That is the only thing that is missing from this team. And I think Williams will be able to fit that role. But Sherman Hooper is my impact player.
All right, and one side, well, guys, I mean, it's this team has been quite unpredictable through BPL, the whole tournament. Finalists 1 year, they always look like they're gonna do it, and then somehow they fall short. Where do you think they'll end up with BPL by?
Well, I would always say, as I've been saying, in all these videos, that it's very difficult to say this before ball has been bowled. But going from past experiences, before ball has been bowled, I think that they will find it difficult to get into the playoffs based on the squads that they have. However, I put the proviso there to say that, if the team starts off well and they start on a winning path, and they start to gel together, then they can go very far in the tournament. But on paper, just based on what you see there, I do not have them as a playoff team.
When I have you here, Alanson, along with Riyad Emrit, they also have another overseas player, Shadrach Liscard. They just give us something briefly on him.
Well, he's a solution. He's an all-rounder. He has played a few games for the Windward Islands, and it was a former youth cricketer as well. And it will be interesting to see how he goes. I think he's another person in the tournament where, although we don't have a lot of information on him, let's say like Riyad Emrit, who has played a lot internationally, he's somebody as well because of the fact that he has played first-class cricket, who can have a very telling impact on the tournament. So, their fortunes may lie very heavily with his effectiveness. So how he goes may determine how they go and whether they get into the playoffs and beyond.
All right, Martin, PBS City Hero Coach Race team. Where do you think they'll finish? Please don't tell me this is the team you're going to see. If you to finally say something in terms of where they finish.
Well,
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket,
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITF.
Hello all, welcome to day number 11, match number 23 of the Dream 11 VPL 5.0 Cricket Our Way. We are bringing you live action from the Annesville playing field in the splendid multi-island Caribbean nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have two exciting matchups for you today, with the Darkview Explorers taking on the Fort Charlotte Strikers in the first game. And then later on at 2:30, we have the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They will do battle against the Grenadine Divers. I'm Osnet Cato, and in the commentary box with me today is Mr. Kenroy Martin. Good morning to you, Kenroy.
Good morning, Asnet, and good morning to our viewers. Good morning to those who have joined us via this live stream. We are here at Annesville in bright sunshine, looking to have another exciting cricket game here.
A very good day for cricket indeed. Not very picturesque here at the Annesville playing field as well. Good sunshine. I think we have had good weather throughout the tournament. We haven't really had any games apart from that game with Botanical Gardens Rangers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers. We haven't had any sort of interruptions in terms of losing overs. So the weather has been kind to us throughout the tournament.
Yes, it has been, and we had some splendid cricket. The sun was out in all its glory. Yes, we had some gloomy days, but I'm telling you, cricket got the best of the weather.
Still a lot to play for. The top 4 teams already qualified for the playoffs, but there's still a lot to play for in terms of the positions, the final positions that they will end up on. So that is something of a motivation for most of these teams still playing these 2 matches today.
Well, position is critically important on the board. Strikers, they are number 1. Dark View Explorers, they are now at 5th, and they would have a playoff in the 4th and 5th between themselves. And divers, but strikers, they want one shot at getting to that finals. So first or second is very important for them, keeping that place on the leaderboard. Okay, so we'll come back to that in terms of the table and other discussions surrounding the points table, as we will now head down pitch side to Alan Sukrukshank. He's down there with the toss.
Yes, welcome to the final match day in the preliminary stage here in the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Away. And here with me for this first match on this final day of the preliminary stage, the captains of the 4 Charlotte Strikers. We have Gideon Pope, captain of the 4 Charlotte Strikers, and Captain Romano Pay of the Dark View Explorers. Match referee Allen is here with us as well. Romano has the coin. The call is for tails. It's a
heads. Heads is the call.
All right, so it's a heads. It means that Romano, you have won the toss. Romano, you have won the toss. What are you going to do today?
I'm going to have a bowl first.
Any particular reason for that?
No, not really. We're going to try to restrict them as a lot total as possible. And as we get the second half, we go in and we get the runs.
All right, well, this is a different pitch than the one that they played on the last couple of days. Do you think you will play any differently than the ones that you played on before?
Well, during the tournament, in the back end, the wicket them normally slows down. So I guess that slow balls and stuff like that will be a handful on this wicket.
All right, any changes to your 11?
No, we're playing the same 11.
All right, all the best in this game.
All right, thanks.
All right, Gideon, you have lost the toss. What would you have done if you had won it?
We would have bowled first as well.
All right. Any changes to your team for this game?
No, we're playing the same team.
All right. You are currently on 10 points with some other teams, but a win today can get you on 12 points, which will get you to the top of the table. Is that on your mind as you go into this game?
Not really. Just need to stick to the basics. We're gonna bat first, so we have to put a good total on the board and try to defend it in the back end.
All right, I asked Romano about the pitch, and he said that things tend to slow down as we go deeper in the tournament. Has that influenced any of your strategies so far in the tournament?
Not really. The pitch seems like a good pitch, so hopefully we can get the best out of it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Gideon, and all the best.
Thanks.
All right, so there you have it. Romano Pay, he has won the toss, and he is elected to have a bowl first. Back up to you.
Thank you very much there, Alanson. So the Dark View Explorers, they win in the toss, selecting to bowl first. What do you think about that decision, Kenroy?
Well, I think he said there's nothing that is driving him for it, but I think that they played a good game from behind yesterday and beating the Strikers, so I'm thinking that they would be backing themselves to get whatever runs that Strikers put on the board.
I actually think they're a good chasing team. They have done that throughout the tournament. I think the 2 wins that they have registered in the tournament has been chasing. So I think that should have been a key point in terms of the decision to bowl first this afternoon. In terms of the Strikers, they are on top of the table. They will just need to maintain that form and try and finish on top of the table so that they will have 2 bites of the cherry, as they would say. Because as you know, they play second place and the winner will go straight to the final. The loser will then have to play against the winner of the 3rd and 4th place. So there's a lot of incentive there for finishing at the top of the table.
Well, it would be something good for the Strikers. They have played good cricket during the tournament, and to end up at the preliminary stage at the top of the table, giving themselves 2 chances to get into the finals. I think that is what they would want to do and maintain that winning ways as well. Momentum is critically important. This is the final game in the preliminaries, and playing against a team that has not done as well as they were supposed to. I don't think that the Strikers want to come into this game and actually going out as the losers.
Very much so. Momentum is critical, especially in these type of tournaments. You don't want to have these hiccups along the way. You want to iron out a few things, especially before the playoff coming up very soon. In terms of the Dark Blue Explorers as well, they are looking to finish on a high. They will be very disappointed with their tournament so far, but at least they want to give their fans one final hurrah in this game.
Well, yes, Indeed, they're playing for pride. They're playing for pride, and I think that they would want to win another game in this tournament. And they played well yesterday. They want to do that again, and they have the opportunity to play against the top team and beat. Actually, they beat the second team yesterday, so they would love to beat the top team in this tournament as well.
Definitely, as we see the teams on your screen, we have the 4 Charlotte strikers. They have Gideon Pope, Alston Bob, Carlos Brathwaite, Donwell Hector, Hiram Shallow, Jerome Jones, Kevin Abraham, Ray Jordan, Salvan Brown, C. Roy Williams, and Winston Samuel.
And for the Dark Explorers, you have Romano Pierre, captain. Chelsea Stowe, he's back. Denson Hoyt, consistent player. Kenzie Danzel, left arm seaman. Navin Stewart, who played excellent innings yesterday for them, bringing that innings home. Rinaldi Hillocks, the leg spinner. Rickford Walker, Shadrach Descartes, Shaman Hooper. Descartes I think is the leading run scorer thus far. And Tilran Harry and Travis Komabash has gotten an opportunity to play today.
So 2 very strong teams, and we're looking forward to a very competitive game as we have seen throughout the tournament. So what we'll do now, we'll take a small break, and we'll be back with you for live action in about 5 minutes' time.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire what you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket. Our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire what you say. Cricket, VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name,
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't in the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITF.
Hello and welcome back to the Annesville playing field as we get ready for the first of 2 encounters today. This one is going to be between the Dark View Explorers. They are taking on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. So the Dark View Explorers, they won the toss earlier and they elected to bowl first. And we see umpire Golan Graves and Afram Bayan already in the middle. The Dark View Explorers team making their way out. Kenny, we were speaking a bit about the Dark View Explorers in terms of their exploits throughout this tournament. They actually have the highest run scorer in the tournament with Shadrach Descarte. They also have Dean Brown among the top of the bowling charts, but it just didn't come together as a team in terms of putting those performances up.
Exactly. Have you pointed out there that Descarte and Dean Brown, they have done their jobs, but the thing is that the team has not played together as a team. We have not had the performances from the other players to really assist these 2 players to propel this team to the next level. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. And today they are playing their final game in the preliminary rounds against the top team. And hopefully things could come together like it did yesterday and really pull off a win for them.
On the other hand, you have the Fort Charlotte Strikers. They haven't had that prolific batter as such, but what they've had performances from different persons in the top order at different points in time. Also, in terms of their bowling, the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they actually have 3 bowlers in the top 10 in the tournament. So it shows you that they're a very good bowling team, and they will be hoping that their batting really sort themselves out in terms of getting more consistent performances from the top order.
Yes, they would love to have that today. Persons like Salvan Brown, he has gotten starts, but not really carrying on. Gideon Pope did that as well. He soak up a few deliveries, get out, high and shallow, same thing. They have been very dependent on Brathwaite in the back end, who has pulled them out of the spot on several occasions. But they need to get things right going into those important games.
Definitely need to get them in right, get those things right indeed. This is the type of game, as we mentioned before, you like to just iron out certain issues that you have as a team, see what you could do, try a few things, because you're still at the top of the table. As we see, Dalzell, he'll be running in for the first delivery to Gideon Pope. This delivery short down the leg side. Wide signal there by umpire Golan Graves, so not a good start there from Dalzell. The first delivery going for wide.
I think this is a habit for Dalzell, really. Almost every time he has a new ball in his hands, he bowl an extra delivery up front. I don't know if it's the jitters or what, but he should have gotten over those. But that's not a very good start to him, for his team, with that new ball.
Another shortish delivery there. Pope will be feeling that he missed out. It was a short delivery outside the off stump. Trying to cut that one through the offside. As we look at the field, there's a man at deep extra cover. There's a short third man, a man at backward point. Covers mid-off, mid-on, short fine leg, square leg, and a man out at deep mid-wicket. So the two players out in the power play here are deep mid-wicket, and there's also a deep cover. So when it's pulled, just dropping short of the man there, Denson at mid-on. So far the length has been rather short from Dalzell. He'll be looking to pitch the ball up a bit more, especially to Gideon Pope.
Well, Pope not really getting hold of those deliveries. I think that he should have done much better with those two deliveries, that short and outside the off stump, which he punched to the man on the cover, and that delivery which was pitched a little bit more up. He should have really done better with that.
Another short delivery this time, but he's cutting this one straight out to the man there on the deep point boundary. Discard. So he's off the mark with a single. 4 Charlotte strikers after being inserted by the Darkview Explorers. They are 2 without loss. We're still in the first over.
Yes, good deliveries just outside the off stump. I think that's a length you should be bowling to someone like Gideon Pope. Don't give him too much of room outside the off stump, too much of arm width, really, to hit the ball over the top or over covers. So that's a good length by Dalzell there.
As the right-hander Salvan Brown, he's in strike this time. Just pushing it back up the pitch for his first delivery. There's a better line there from Dalzell, not giving Brown any sort of room outside the off stump. We know Salvan is very proficient through the offside, so a straighter line here would definitely be the way to go against Brown.
Yes, getting that ball just into the rib cage area, tucking him up. That's a good length to bowl to Brown, not give him the freedom to free his arms.
So when it's cut powerfully through the offside for 4, well, there was a man there back on the extra cover boundary, Navin Stewart. He only had to move about 3 paces to his left, but he couldn't stop that one as Brown gets his first high run, smashing 4 there. A very good shot.
Yeah, just spoke about it, giving him width outside the off stump, and Dalzell did exactly that. And Brown had no problems in dispatching that ball through the offside, 4 spanking runs to him.
Another shortish delivery once again. Salvan looking to pull this one over mid-wicket this time. Missed it completely. Will be disappointed with that. So 6 without loss, the 4 Charlotte strikers at the end of the first over. So not a bad over in the end there from Dalzell, just going for 6. That's the type of start his captain would be looking forward to. So 4 Charlotte strikers, they're 6 without loss.
Well, 6 without loss in the first over, and the power play, that's a very good over in comparison to what has happened in this tournament. So a good start by Dalzell for them. Although I thought that the striker should have gotten more runs with the few deliveries that he bowled. He got away with that over, and that could only be good for his team. They're in a good position, 1 over, and then we have Densu Hoyt, who have bowled very well in the game yesterday, and he continues to do well for his team.
Well, Hoyt, he has had limited bowling opportunities in this tournament. He has not really bowled in a lot of the games, but what he did yesterday, he had a very good spell. He had 3 for 34, really breaking the backbone of the Lasso Free Hikers yesterday with his bowling, getting the top wickets early. most notably Dylan Douglas. So he'll be looking to replicate that type of form and performance today. This one is hit beautifully through the covers, and he gets his first bong with Pope. A full delivery there from Denson Hoyt, and there was Pope driving it past the man there at mid-off, and he gets his first high run smashing four.
Yes, in the half of Gideon Pope, that is what he likes, and he free his arms and smashed that through covers into the fence of four. Nobody had a chance of stopping that ball. Fine shot by him.
So not the best of starts from Denson. He'll be looking to rebound from that delivery. As you mentioned, it's just the whiff that was offered on that delivery there, and Pope given the opportunity to free his arms, and we know he has the power and the skill to get that through the offside as he walked this one. A chance for a run out at the non-strikers and misses it completely. A direct hit there definitely would have been interesting. So Pope, he gets another single. Score moves on to 11 without loss for Charlotte Strikers.
Yes, a chance there, go a begging there. If that ball had struck the stumps, he would have been going back to the pavilion, but a good effort there by Komobash, just missing that stump, but good, well backed up by Shaman Hooper.
So Brong, he's now in strike. It's a good slower delivery there from Denson. We know that he has that in his armory. Defeating Brong there on that occasion. Ball heading a bit down the leg side. Umpire Byam signal leg buys. So one more is added to the total. It's now 12 without loss.
It's a good delivery by Hoyt, a slower delivery, catching Brong, defeating him with the pace of that delivery, but the ball was heading down leg. The umpire Byam is in the best position to decide that, and he took a leg by.
This one again, Pope is swinging hard at that one, a delivery, a foolish delivery. Denson not being afraid to pitch the ball up to Pope. Misses that one completely. So a dot ball.
It's a good delivery by Hoyt, just pitching just on the off stump, and Pope looking to whack that one over mid-wicket, over mid-on area, going through the baton pad into the keeper's glove, and he's not afraid to put it in the arc where Pope wants it.
This one is down the leg side. Umpire Byam signals a wide. So a difficult start for Denson this morning. Yesterday he would have given his team all the breakthroughs. So they're just struggling a bit with his line and length. Still 2 deliveries remaining in this over, so you'll be looking to bounce back and finish well. Oh, that's a massive hit over deep mid-wicket. It was another slow delivery there attempted by Denson Hoyt, and there was Pope just tugging that one really, using a lot of the bottom hand that he possesses, and that disappeared over deep mid-wicket for a high run cracking 6 there, the first of the day.
Well, Denson Hoyt got away with the first delivery within that area, and Pope swung, missed. And this time, Pope is saying to you that I'm not going to miss out on it on a second time. And he smacked that over mid-wicket area into the fence. So a high run cracking 6, a good shot by Pope. But Denson Hoyt need to pull his length a little bit back here.
A short delivery, and that's powered as well. Over long on for another high run cracking 6 there. A very good shot there from Pope.
Yeah, same area, same treatment. The pace of Denson Hoyt. Pope would have no problem in dispatching that, and he did that very good. And over mid-on again, 2 big 6s there from Gideon Pope. That tells you his intention. A good start for him, a good start for the strikers. They are 25 without loss in the second over.
A good start indeed for Gideon Pope. He has not really set this tournament alight really in terms of his batting performances. I think this is a very important innings for him. It's the type of innings that he could really get some momentum going into the playoffs, and the 4 Charlotte Strikers would definitely like to see him get into a bit of form. He has not really hit the ball as well as we know he can, especially in last year's tournament, but he still has some time here in terms of building a good innings and propelling his teams forward. As this one is walked out to square leg, Shaman Hooper there throwing at the stumps at the non-strikers end. As well, that ends well for the 4 Charlotte Strikers as Brong comes through for another single. He moves on to 6. Scores now 27 without loss.
Seems as Brong is giving Gideon Pope the license to have a go. He's just turning the strike over to him. He has done that on several occasions, but 3 times now so far. And Gideon Pope seems like the man who have the license to go in this innings.
Another pull shot over the man there at mid-off. So Pope is definitely on a roll here. And as you mentioned, Brong is giving him the shot because he realizes that he's the man hitting it very well. And that is good batsmanship there from Gideon Pope.
Well, somebody has to take the responsibility, and he has done that as captain. He has struck 3-4 boundaries thus far. And they are basically in the same area, so the bowlers have to adjust their length and their line and come up with a different plan to Pope.
Very much so. As captain pair, there's no visible changes in the field. So we still have that man at deep mid-wicket and out at deep point. And this one is short again. We're waiting on the umpire signal for this one. So it appears to have been an inside edge there, but just falling short there of wicketkeeper Harry. So Pope, he gets another single, but the length here by Dalzell, it's a bit too short, especially to Pope.
Yes, he doesn't have that sort of pace to trouble Pope. So he has to be just about on the off stump, the 4th, 5th stump for Pope. He can't be too far up, but within those areas, the uncertainty area, that's the length you'll be looking for.
So another short of a length delivery there to Salvan. He has not really started with the type of venom that we saw earlier in the tournament. So maybe that's the reason why he's more prepared to give this strike to Gideon Pope, who is striking it very well at the other end. Cricket is all about batting partnerships.
They're just being sensible. You have to be sensible, be smart about things. And Brong, he knows that he's not getting the ball away. So he has taken the responsibility of just batting a few deliveries and giving it to Pope.
This one is driven straight to the man there at mid-off, Denson. Very good fielder. Has had quite a few catches in the tournament as well.
There's a pretty good all-round player is Denson Hoyt. He was a very good youth cricketer. And now he's reached his senior years. He continues to do well, bowling and batting.
So it's driven back to mid-on. So good end to the over there. Good bowling there by Dalzell. We mentioned not giving Brong any sort of room to work with. And we are seeing the fruits of his labor there in terms of 2 dot deliveries to finish off the 3rd over. At the end of the 3rd over, 4 Charlotte strikers, after being inserted by the Darkview Explorers, they are 31 without loss.
Yes, a good finish there to the over by Danzell, bowling the ball into the body of Salvan Brong. He couldn't get those balls away, only finding the feelers, and he has not really kicked off this morning. Pope has struck a few boundaries, and I think that the skipper would really want to have his bowlers bowling more deliveries to Salvan Brong rather than Gideon Pope this morning.
Definitely. So we are into the final over of the power play. Remember the power play is for a period of 4 overs. This looks like it's going to be Descartes, whose medium pace has really been handy as well for the Darkview Explorers. A slippery customer, not the quickest, but can get it through at a reasonable pace as well.
Descartes has done really well for this team, batting and bowling. He has been introduced in several situations and he has done well. And really he's here in the final over in the power play. He's bowling to Pope, who seems to want to have things going here in one manner. But he, as you said, he's a slippery customer. He has a slower delivery. He has a quicker delivery. He has a Yorker. He bowls wide outside the off stump. So he's a good choose.
So on the short, and he's pulling it behind square for an easy boundary really. Another high wind smashing for there. A delivery on the line of the leg stump, and there was Pope just swiveling on that one and getting it past the man there at short square leg.
Yes, and the bowlers have to decide as to where they want to bowl. They're making these mistakes too frequently. There's a backward point, a short third man, a cover, a mid-off, and there's a sweeper. And Descartes started on the leg stump for Gideon Pope, not the area he should be bowling.
He might tell you that that was a loosener. My good friend Michael Holden normally says no fast bowler really needs a loosener. Descartes again driving this one nicely up to Shaman Hooper there at mid-off. So Pope definitely finding the middle of the bat this morning a lot more often than he has done in the past couple of games. He'll be looking to kick on, and get a big total here for the 4 Charlotte strikers.
That's a good sign for the 4 Charlotte strikers. Pope coming into his home at a critical point in the tournament.
One is trying to hit that one again over mid-on. Batfley is just closing a bit there. Just lost his shape a bit there, Kenroy, as we saw that delivery was a foolish length. Pope looking to go over the top once again, as he has done successfully so far. Just getting the inner portion of the bat, and there's no run added to the total.
Pope normally muscles the ball. He don't caress it. He muscles the ball, so that's the reason why he lost his shape. But 3 good combat deliveries there from Descartes to Pope after that first loose delivery, as he's having a chat with his skipper, Romano Pierre, as he are making a change in the field.
So the man there at deep mid-wicket, he's now coming into the circle. And we're now sending back Stowe to the long on boundary. A slight change to the field. Let us see how things goes. This one is short and he's pulling it. He looks there at square leg. He's feeling that one. So Pope once again feel like he missed out there, a shortish delivery. Went back and tried to power it through the onside. Just managed to get it out to square leg.
Well, if he got that shot left or right of Hillocks, it would have gone to the fence or 4. But as I said, he powers those deliveries over the fence.
This one is hit nicely over extra cover. A magnificent shot there from Gideon Pope, striking that Super 6 sign once again. And it definitely was a Super 6 indeed. Another high-run cracking 6 there for Gideon Pope. 4 Charlotte strikers, then 41 without loss.
Yes, pitching his arc, and Gideon Pope would hit that anywhere, and he smacked it over mid-off into the fence. 6 runs to him, 6 runs to the strikers. Bad delivery there by Descartes, missing his length.
Yes, just allowing Pope there to free his arms, and whenever he gets that opportunity, we know that he has the power really to clear any of these boundaries. Descartes again, he's striking this one down to long on, well caught on the boundary there from Stowe. So once again, that bottom hand coming into play there, a delivery on the line of the off stump. I think he would have been better served to hit it in the region he hit the previous delivery.
That is his favorite area, Gideon Pope, and he went for that shot again. And I said he don't normally caress the ball, he powers the ball over the fence, and only finding the man there at long on. And the field adjustment has worked for the Dark Explorer skipper. Pierre should be happy with that, and they have claimed their first wicket here in the first game of this doubleheader here today. They are 41 for 1. Gideon Pope goes back to the pavilion.
Yes, so very good captaincy indeed in terms of bringing in the deep mid wicket and placing that man there Stowe on the long on boundary. That one just going straight to him on that boundary, but as we mentioned, a delivery on the line of the off stump again, and there was Pope trying to just power that one really over long on. The previous delivery, he would have hit that one over long off. So maybe he should have aimed in that direction once again, and I'm sure he would have been successful because the mid-off is actually in the circle.
Yes, if he had hit it a little straighter, back over the bowler's head, really, he would have gotten that down to the fence rather easily. But as you said, the bottom hand came into play, and that ball was stuck from the awesome to mid-on, and an easy catch for the man down there, who made it look very easy as well. And the first wicket have fallen for the strikers. That brings the youngster from over the river, Silroy Williams. He has been having a good series so far, but I think he hasn't been given the opportunity to bat as early as he is today. And I think this is a good move here by the strikers with this youngster.
Definitely, Silroy has had some good cameos throughout the tournament. He's coming into some very difficult situations. Remember, game he actually hit the winning 6 as well. So he now has an opportunity to bat at least 6 overs remaining in the innings. So it's a chance for him to just play in himself, and we know he has the talent, he has the power to really hit the ball over the fence. So very good option here to have for the 4 Charlotte strikers. Silroy coming in ahead of Hiram Shallow, who is normally the number 3 batsman here for this team. This one is driven uppishly over the bowler's head, down to long off for a single by Brown. 42 for 1 for Charlotte strikers.
Brown is contented with having those singles, getting those singles.
Yes, he has not had that powerful start that he normally gets, but he'll be looking to bat as deep as possible into the innings and have the other batters just play around him, score a bit freely, a bit more freely. It's a good delivery there from Shaman Hooper. Getting a bit of tone with that delivery.
Yes, giving some assistance from the wicket there, pitching on the off stump and beating Silroy into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Good delivery by him.
Again, it's delivery on the line of the off stump. Silroy just walking this one down to short third man. So he's off the mark with a single. 43 for 1. We're into the 5th over. Brong is hitting this one straight. Think he has enough on it to take it to the boundary? Yes, he does. A rather disappointing effort on the boundary there from the man at long on running around. But he was hit powerfully by Salvan Brown. He gets another boundary, so it's now 47 for 1.
Yeah, I think that should have been a better effort there by the man running from long on. Really should have stopped that at least, saving himself 2 or 3 runs. But through the fielder, into the fence for 4. A good shot by Brown. Off the bowling of Hooper.
This one is outside the off stump. There was Brown trying to force this one through the offside. Gets another single. Hooper, he had a very economical spell yesterday in the game where they played against the Lasso Free Hikers. He got 1 for 8 from his 2 overs. So he'll be looking for a repeat performance today against the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Yes, he bowled well yesterday. He continues to do so today, except for that delivery that went down there. And this one is high.
A big hit. Does it have enough? Yes, it does. So it's over mid-wicket, a favoured area for Silroy Williams. So his first Haroon smashing 6, and the score is now 54 for 1.
And this is the thing that Silroy could do to your team. This is the thing that he could do as a youngster. He could hit the first delivery for 6. That is the kind of batter you would want to bat at 3, really. I think it's a very good move by the strikers to have him batting above the other 2 batters. And he would really put some momentum to the strikers batting in this position with Salvan Brown. The loss of Gideon Pope.
But momentum indeed, after getting a reasonable start, scoring at around 10.8 runs per over. So this middle phase where we call between overs 5 to 8 is very important, a critical stage. It's where the batting team really sets the game up for a push in the back end of the innings. So from Fort Charlotte Strikers' perspective, we'll be hoping that these 2 can just play through this stage, and then with the type of batting that they have to come, then they could just finish the innings on a high.
Yes, and this is what these batters could do here for the strikers, especially Silroy Williams. He can propel this team to a total of about 140 or so, but it's dependent on how they bat in these overs. Really, the promotion of him to this number 3 position is a good one, and hopefully it would show the strikers that they have strength in their batting, not just at the bottom with Brathwaite, but also at the top with the other 3 batters.
As we see Navin Stewart coming into the attack. He's actually the highest wicket taker for the Darkview Explorers, having started the tournament a bit late as well. So he has 7 wickets to his name. He'll be looking to add to that. This one is outside the off stump, a slower delivery. We've seen quite a bit of that from him, using it, mixing up his pace. He also has the ability to get it through at a reasonable pace as well.
Yes, he has that ability to bowl a short, quicker delivery. Reminds you of someone like Ian Allen running off a shorter length. He has some strong shoulders.
This one is hit out to the man there, deep square leg, Yorker length delivery. Gets another single Brown. Moves on to 13. 12 actually. It's 55 for 1. It's a good start from Navin Stewart here. He'll be looking to just get a good spell in here for his captain, get a few wickets as well, just to slow down the scoring rate. Wickets always do that.
Yes, getting wickets in the middle of the innings really causes the other team to lose momentum. They have to rebuild. And this is what Stewart is probably looking to do here for the Darkview Explorers. But these 2 batters, Brown is not really getting on with the game, but Silroy Williams have the ability to really destroy a bowling attack. And he's shown that during the tournament, and he's been given the opportunity to do so this game.
This one is outside the off stump, a bit of movement away as well. See Roy there looking to hit it somewhere in the vicinity of the commentary box here.
We're in immediate danger.
We have been dodging all tournament in terms of sixes going here, there, and everywhere. Some big hits in the tournament. This one is cut out to the man there at deep point. Not a single to Cedaroy.
I think this is some smart bowling here by Stewart. Changing up his length, changing up the pace on the delivery. Bowling the Yorker, bowling the slow delivery, bowling the one into the pitch. I think this is some smart bowling here by Navin Stewart for the Dark Explorers.
I think all his experience coming to the forefront here. This one is hit high. Is it over the boundary? Yes, it is. So it was Hyrule smashing six there from Salvan Brong. His first, and it's now 62 for 1.
Yes, that one was just in the arc where Brong likes it, just about on the off stump, and he smashed that one over mid-wicket in the vicinity of the president's suit. 6 runs to Brong, 6 runs to the strikers, and that takes their score to 62. 62 for 1, a good score so far, and a really platform, a good platform that has been set here for the others to come.
I think the good thing about that hit, he was actually hitting weight for win. So it was not really the best connection he had, but because it was so high, the win and eventually just took it over to the president's suite area for another maximum. So more of those will be needed here from the 4 Charlotte Strikers as they seek to set a competitive total against the Darkview Explorers. As we mentioned before, they are a good chasing team, the Darkview Explorers. Yesterday, they would have chased on 114 to win that encounter against the Lasso Free Hikers.
Yes, the second place team on the table, and now they are playing against the leaders, the strikers. They would love to have this game in the bag as well. What a way to finish the preliminaries.
Another hit over mid-wicket. Not making the type of connection once again as he would have wanted. So feel that they're coming around and limiting it to a single. So 9 runs coming off that over. At the end of the 6th over, the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they're 63 for 1.
Yeah, not a bad over there by Navin Stewart, except for that one delivery that went over mid-wicket. Is shocked there by Salvan Brown, but a good over bowl by Navin Stewart. He has done this during the tournament, and he continues to do so for the Darkview Explorers. So I think the game is evenly poised here between these two teams. A wicket or two here could put Darkview in front, but a bad over could have the strikers propelling to a very good total.
Yes, and I think Salvan Brown here, he'll be looking to push on. He's on 19 from 15 deliveries. Not the type of strike rate we have grown accustomed to from him. As he uses his feet again, misses it completely. This one is going to go close to the boundary. In fact, it has actually crashed into the boundary boards. It's a leg by. So 4 more runs there added to the total. It's now 67 for 1.
Well, fortune favor the Braves. Brown down the wicket, looking to go through mid-wicket. That was a quicker delivery by Hooper, striking Brown somewhere on the leg and beating the keeper into the fence for 4 leg byes.
I think he will try and target Hooper in this over, the right-arm off spinner against the right-hander. We feel that he has the best opportunity to attack him. It's a full toss and it's hit over square leg for 6. A poor delivery there from Shaman Hooper. Umpire signaling 4. I have to wait again as Afram Bayamo, the square leg umpire, corrects Golan Graves. So yes, in the end, the correct decision in terms of a high run, cracking 6, went flat. Maybe it was attempted, quicker delivery there from Shaman Hooper, and there was Salvan just pulling that one over deep square leg for a massive 6.
Yes, a loose delivery there by Hooper and dealt with accordingly by Salvan Brown.
Another slower delivery this time, just looping that one up. Salvan there using his feet again. Gets this one out to cover for another single. So it's 74 for 1. As Cedaroy, he's back on strike, facing Shaman Hooper. Short delivery outside the off stump. Wide signal there by umpire Graves. Hooper there a bit disappointed. Another short delivery, and there's Cedaroy just punching this one down to long off. for a single. So Shaman Hooper here looking to just push through these deliveries. Not giving the batter any room.
I think this wicket is playing just a touch slower than the others that we have seen during the tournament.
He's hitting this one over deep mid wicket. Does it have enough? Take it over the boundary. No, it doesn't. The Scartic coming around there, limiting the batters to 1. So Salvan looking to go into the bigger area of the field against the wind, not making the type of connection that he was looking for.
Well, I think that was well bowled by Hooper. Unfortunately, it fell in no man's land, but some good feeling by Descartes in the mid-wicket area.
Leroy is walking this one out to deep square leg. Batters were looking for a second, but well done in the end there. Navin Stewart, he has a bullet arm really. Don't want to take a risk of taking a second to him. And that's the end of the 7th over. So it's 78 for 1. Projected score 111 if they continue at this rate. I'm sure they'll be looking for something a bit more than that.
Well, yes, with 9 wickets in the pavilion here, I think that they would have a go in this over. But Stewart has bowled a smart over prior. But as I said, 1 over can really propel it to a good score in this tournament. And they have 78 runs so far. So if you can get an over with about 20 in it, that would do well for your team here. The strikers would love to see that.
Yes, a big over here would just give them the type of momentum to finish well. Stewart again. This delivery is slicing off the edge there from Leroy Williams. Past the man there, short up and Hillocks. Not the best of efforts from the youngster, but another high run smashing forward there from Leroy Williams.
Yes, a good start there for the strikers from Leroy Williams. This is what he could do. And I just spoke about getting that big over, and I think this is the time that it would happen, or they would look to do that. But Navin Stewart has to be very careful as to how we bowl this over, or they could be chasing a very big target at the end of these 10 overs.
So a slight change in the field. Hillocks is going to short fine leg this time. Just change of personnel. Another slow delivery and well played by Leroy. Beautiful shot. Over long off for Hyrule, cracking 6 there. A beautiful shot.
Yes, pitching is half a slow delivery. Leroy climbed into that one, over mid-off, into the fence, 6 runs. So 10 runs from these 2 deliveries, and I'm telling you, this over could be a very big one for the strikers.
Classy there from Leroy. All his natural batting talent really coming to the forefront. Slow delivery there from Stewart, and there was Leroy just caressing that one really over long off for 6. Another slow delivery, and he's pulling this one over to deep mid-wicket this time. The Scott there, sporting his Sanders blue cap for the batter with the most runs in the tournament.
Deservingly so. He's played exceptionally well for the Dark View Explorers. Played very well from the start, and he continues to do so, hoping to carry that tally to as much as possible today, but he would have his chance.
Outside the off stump, outside edge, just falling short of wicketkeeper Harry there. So another slow delivery, so he has been using that slow delivery throughout the over.
Well, I don't think that the Dark View Explorers would mind bowling to Salvan Brown here. He has not scored we have 9 dot balls so far here in the way that we're accustomed to see him score. So I think this would be good for the Dark View Explorers.
Outside the off stump and giving himself a bit of room there. Cutting this one over point for 4. So got the room that he was looking for, and that was a very good shot there from Salvan Brown.
Yes, he was giving some width outside the off stump, and he opened his arms and smashed it over backward point into the fence for 4. Another smashing, cracking high run 4 here by Salvan Brown, and that's a very good over so far for the strikers.
Yes, 15 runs coming off the over so far. Strikers will be looking to finish on a high. Stewart, I'm sure, would have other ideas. This one is hit out too long on. Oh my goodness, a very good attempt there from Shaman Hooper. Diving away to his right. Just going to get onto that one, and umpire Byam signals 4. I'm sure once again the umpire changes his decision. So 6 signal there by Byam. Let's have a look at it. Yes, that one clearing the boundary there comfortably in the end. So another high run cracking 6 there from Salvan Brown. A very good over for the 4 Charlotte Strikers.
Well, this is the over that they were looking to propel them to that total that they really want. They are 99 for 1. 99 for 1. They have completed 8 overs and really they have another 12 deliveries to get to at least 140 or so. And they will be looking to do that with wickets in hand. These two are batting well. Salvan Brown just getting into his groove. But the danger man there, Silroy Williams, he's on strike for the next delivery.
So 21 runs coming from that Navin Stewart's over. Very good over indeed for 4 Charlotte Strikers. Just bringing a bit of momentum into their innings. Salvan Brown seemed to be seeing it a bit better now, hitting it a bit better as well. He has been there from the start. So his timing really, he should have gotten used to the conditions. So they will be looking to him to finish off well. As we see Stowe, Chelson Stowe, coming in from the backway end for the 9th over of the innings. Difficult circumstance to come in and bowl in. The batters looking to finish off this innings on a high.
Well, he has gone for some runs in this tournament so far. And to be bowling now, I'm not too sure how well it will work out for the Darkview Explorers.
This one is hitting the bottom of the bat there. Silroy getting a single out to the man at cover. So I think from for Charlotte's Strikers' perspective, they'll be looking to score off every delivery at least from now on. Projected total 122.
Well, they have gotten to 100. They have 11 deliveries. Stowe has changed his approach to around the wicket to Brown. He's looking to bowl into the body of Brown, if I'm seeing things right, based on the field setting.
This one is, yes, well bowled there by Stowe. Yorker length delivery. Salvan there looking to hit this one over mid-wicket, missing it completely. Maybe hitting the inside portion of the foot there, limping a bit.
Yes, a really area that causes you pain when it misses the pad. So he should be in a bit of pain there, Salvan, as he continues to rub that area.
You see, hitting this one over long on again for another massive 6 from Silroy. He's definitely come to the party today for the 4 Charlotte Strikers. Another high run cracking 6 there.
Yes, and Silroy Williams, the man who has been doing this for the Strikers, he has played some lovely cameos in this tournament and really deserved this promotion today. And he's telling you and he's stating and actually claiming his spot in this team.
Stowe again. Another slower delivery this time. Denson coming around, just cutting it off there. They come back for a second. So defeated in some way there by a slower delivery from Stowe. Still managed to jog it out to long on, and he gets 2 more to his total. He moves on to 30. It's 109 for 1.
Yes, he has rushed up to 30 from 13 deliveries. That's the kind of batting he could get from Silroy Williams.
This one is outside the off stump. It's hiding it a bit there, as they would say.
Well, he's trying not to get in the arc where Silroy wants him. He bowls an outswinger. He's bowling over the wicket. So not a bad ploy, but you just need to get it within that line.
Yes, I think the line outside the off stump would be a good line to Silroy. Let's see how he plays over the offside. His strength seems to be in the area of long on and deep mid wicket. Not to say that he can't play through the offside, but so far he has hit most of his boundaries through the leg side. So Stowe here will look to just keep the ball outside the off stump to him. This one is cut over the man there at cover. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they do. Comfortably in the end. So 2 more runs to the total. 112 for 1 for Charlotte Strikers.
Well, Silroy shows you that he's not a one-sided player. That was shot outside the off stump and he punched it over cover, picking up 2 more runs and adding 2 more to the total.
This one is hit between mid-wicket and long on. Should be able to get a boundary. Yes, he does. So just as I was mentioning, the area between long on and deep mid-wicket seemed to be a favoured area this afternoon here for Silroy Williams. He's batting well. He's on to 36. And the score is now 116 for 1. 1 over remaining.
Well, this over from Chelson Stowe went for 16. The one prior went for 21. Really, 2 good overs for the strikers, Salvan Brown and Silroy Williams at the crease. Doing well for the strikers, but Silroy Williams has marched up to 36 from 15 deliveries. Brown, he's there from the start. He has 37 from 23, 116. A very good total been posted here by the strikers so far.
Yes, a very good total indeed. Still have the opportunity to increase it further, as we're going to see Denson Hoyt. He'll be finishing off proceedings here. He will know both batters very well. Denson Hoyt from Sandy Bay. Same region where Steelroy is from as well. So the over the river supporters are down here in all their glory today to look at their players. Very supportive bunch.
Well, they have turned to Denson Hoyt to finish the innings, but Descartes has bowled 1 over in the game so far for 10. I'm thinking that he should have bowled that over prior to this one, the penalty made over, and then Hoyt bowls this over. Chelsea 2, in my opinion, should not have been introduced really into the bowling attack. But Skipper Pierre, he's the man in control, and these are the little things that would make the difference in these sort of games.
Yes, we were saying that it's a very difficult situation for him. He hasn't bowled over before. So just coming into your spell and having to bowl at batters trying to go would always going to be difficult, and so it proved in the end. 16 runs coming from that over.
Yes, so a good start there by Hoyt outside the off stump, beating Salvan's slower delivery. So as I said prior, I think this wicket is playing just a little bit slower than the others we have seen during the tournament,
which is expected. A lot of games have been played on each of these wickets. This one is pulled away behind square on the offside. The fielder, they're coming around, making a very good stop. Navin Stewart, so 2 more runs to the total. As we hear an eruption from the stands, maybe signaling to the umpire that Stewart, they had some contact with the rope.
As we have a look at that, it was a good stop by him. It was close to the ropes.
From that replay, it's inconclusive, really, from the angle we are looking at.
Like he was inside. I'm not too sure if that back leg touched that rope.
Yes, it's difficult for us to see from the camera angle that we were just given. Umpire still consulting. Everyone counting this in these type of games.
Indeed, indeed. But the strikers have gone about their business very professionally this morning, this afternoon. Really have made a change in their batting lineup, bringing up Silroy Williams. He has been a good find for them. He has 36 from 15, and things has worked out pretty nicely for them.
So 2 runs from that last delivery. Then so again outside the off stump. White signal this time here from umpire Bayam. So we mentioned that Brown is a batter that Denson will know very well. So he'll know what lines he needs to bowl in order to limit Salvan Brown scoring opportunities.
I think he needs to get Silroy Williams on strike.
This one is hit high and handsome for Hyrule, cracking 6 there. This one just going over the Michael Finley stand there. So very good shot there from Salvan Brown. He moves on to 45. It's 125 for 1.
Yes, Hoyt just missing his length, bowling the delivery a little bit straight onto the stump. That is what Salvan Brown needs. And he whacked that one over mid-wicket into the Mike Finley pavilion. 6 runs to him, 6 runs to the strikers. And really a good 2-3 overs here by the strikers. And they have rushed up now to 125 for 1. 3 deliveries remaining in this, the first half of this, the first game in the doubleheader today.
Yes, then so they're just searching for that Yorker really. That delivery just a few feet short of where he needs to be in terms of a Yorker length. Ended up being just in the slot. And Salvan Brown was able to just power that one really over long on for a massive 6. He'll be looking to finish off well. 3 deliveries remaining in this innings. How far up can the 4 Charlotte strikers get? There's another big hit again, over. Long on again, coming our way. For another high rune, cracking 6 there from Salvan Brown. A 50 as well for him, 51 from 27 deliveries. So he's definitely getting a move on and finishing this innings the way that he wants to.
Well, he didn't start the way that he's finishing it. But the thing is that it's not the way you start, it's the way you finish. And Brown is showing that he has the capability of hitting those balls outside of the park. He's 51 now from 27, a vast difference to what we saw a few overs ago.
Momentum definitely with the 4 Charlotte strikers. They've lost only 1 wicket so far, so it just shows you how important batting partnerships are at the top of the order. As dense again, this one is a better delivery. Going between the pads there of Salvan Brown, coming around the wicket. Let's wait for the signal from umpire Bayam. It's actually Bias. So very good delivery there, a very good comeback from Denson Hoyt.
Yes, a good delivery by him, changing his angle, going around the wicket and looking for the legs of Salvan Brown. A by signal by the umpire. And he has brought Silroy Williams into strike for the final delivery.
So Williams here will be looking to finish on a high. Knows Denso very well. Both players play for the same local club. He'll be coming back over the wicket for this last delivery. It's 132 for 1. As we see Denson comes in, bows. Another good delivery there. Yorker length delivery. So he finished very well. 2 Yorkers and a single added to the total. So it's 133 for 1. 4 Charlotte strikers after being insulted by the Darkview Explorers, finishing on 133 for 1. The Darkview Explorers will need 134 to win this final preliminary match of the season for Darkview Explorers.
Well, they got to 111 yesterday, batting sensibly. They have 133 here to get against a team that is playing pretty good cricket. So I think it was a good effort there by the 4 Charlotte strikers to get to 133. But the Darkview Explorers should not count themselves out in this game. They have scored up to 140 odd in a game prior to this. So they have the batting ability to get to the score. The strikers have been bowling well in the middle with Brathwaite and also bowling up front well. But this is an open game. They have gotten to a good total, but they have to bowl and defend it as well.
So the only wicket going for the 4 Charlotte strikers was that of Gideon Pope. He was caught still, bowled Descartes for 33 from 16 deliveries. Salvan Brown, he's not out on 51 from 28 balls. And we had Silroy Williams, he came in and played a very good innings indeed, 37 from 16 balls. In terms of the bowling, the only wicket taker for the Darkview Explorers was that of Descartes. He got 1 for 10. Kenzo Dalzell, he bowled 2 overs for 12. Denson Hoyt, 2 overs, a bit expensive today, none for 34. Shaman Hooper, 2 overs, none for 24. Navin Stewart, he bowled 2 overs for 30. And Chelsea Stowe, he bowled a solitary over that went for 16 runs. So the 4 Charlotte strikers, after being insulted by the Darkview Explorers, they made 133. The Darkview Explorers will need 134. We will be back in about 3 minutes' time for the chase.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the thing that you're at.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give me middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, 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 look at 6 over there. Cricket, 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 umpire what you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way.
ITFX.
Welcome back to the Annesville playing field for the second half of this match between the Fort Charlotte Strikers and the Dark View Explorers. Fort Charlotte Strikers batting first. They made 133 for 1 in their 10 overs. So we're now going to see the chase. And it appears to be Navin Stewart and the blue cap holder, Sanders blue cap holder, Shadrach Descartes. So they're going for it from the offset here, Kenroy.
Well, they have nothing to lose, really. As I said, they would love to have another win in this tournament, and they have started off with their two most effective players in the middle, with Stewart and Descartes, who has scored some runs in this tournament. So they're going to put the strikers under some pressure here from ball one.
Putting the strikers under pressure definitely would be the way to go. As we examine the points table once again, the strikers, they are at the top of the tree really with 10 points. A very good net run rate as well, 1.024. So if the Dark View Explorers are to do any sort of damage to this net run rate, they will definitely have to play out of their skins really. Not only defeating the strikers this afternoon, but beating them by a considerable margin.
Well, I think the Explorers would be concentrating on actually just winning this game. That is what they want to do, get some points on the board and really defeating the tournament leaders so far. But they have brought back in Ray Jordan, their pick, their strike bowler, and he'll be bowling the first over to the man with the blue cap.
It's surprised to see him fully recovered. Remember yesterday he had an issue with his ankle, turning an ankle while bowling. So it's good to see he has recovered pretty quickly. His first deliveries outside the off stump, a bit of pace as well. Salvan Brown there not gathering cleanly. So Ray John up and running.
Yes, a good delivery to start proceedings here. Outside the off stump, through the defense of Descartes into the gloves of wicketkeeper Brown, who didn't call it cleanly, but a good start for the strikers, a good start for Ray Jordan.
So Ray Jordan, one of those free bowlers for the Fort Charlotte Strikers in the top 10 of the wicket taking in this tournament. This one is using his feet and just getting it out to the man there. Well, the man there, third man, really came around, but he had no chance. It's a delivery, taking the outer portion of the bat, really. Bit of an edge, but the Dark View Explorers, they're off the mark. It's 4 without loss.
Yes, just charging with Jordan in and hitting it on the outer portion, really, the lower half of the bat. It sped through backward point into the fence for 4. A good start for Descartes. He was not really in control, but it went in the area that he wanted it to go.
Just the pace of Ray there, just getting that delivery behind point. It's another shortish delivery. He's pulling it or tugging it. And a desperate attempt there by Jerome Jones, not being successful. So another high-run smashing four. Not the most convincing, but the Darkview Explorers will take it anyway.
Yes, the Scott bringing in the charge here to Ray Jordan. That was a shorter delivery. He swatted over mid-on into the fence for four. So a good start here for Descartes. A good start here for the Darkview Explorers against this speedster, Ray Jordan.
That one just hitting the bottom of the bat as we saw in that replay. It's Ray again, using his feet again, and a swipe really, an agriculture swipe as you would say. Not the most elegant of shots. Thankfully for him, he missed it completely. Taken by Salvan Brown. So the attack is definitely on here with Descartes at the top of the order.
Yes, he's gonna go. He's gonna go great guns here for this power play. You're gonna see how much he can get from this from these 4 overs, as we see an adjustment in the field being made here by the skipper.
Another short delivery outside the off stump. Pretty close to wide. But umpire Byam doesn't agree with Descartes on that occasion. But good pace and good carry. You'll always expect that from Ray Jordan with the new ball.
Yes, that one took off. Brown taking that above his head. Another short delivery ball by Ray Jordan. That doesn't stop Descartes from coming to him.
Another good delivery, tucking up this time. Well played there by Descartes. Just standing still on this occasion and guiding it down to a man there, third man. So an exciting over there. Couple of bungeries, but a good comeback there from Ray Jordan. At the end of the first over, the Darkview Explorers, in response to 133 made by the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they are 9 without loss.
Yeah, I think it's a good ploy here being implemented by the Darkview Explorers, taking the attack to the Strikers very early in the innings, see how much you can get in the power play, and then play sensible cricket in the middle, and then at the end you could really explore and get to that total that they have set 133. So good start for them and a good ploy implemented. 9 from the first over, not bad.
Definitely, and it's also important to note that the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they've been arguably one of the better bowling teams in the tournament. So in order for Darkview Explorers to overcome this reasonably high total, they would definitely need to play well. But they have the personnel to do that. They have the leading run scorer in the form of Descartes with a top score of with a total score of 264 runs in the tournament, high score of 70 not out. And at the other end, they also have Navin Stewart, who would have found some form in the last game, having made 59 not out. This one is driving it down to long on. Kevin Abraham, the right arm off spinner, starting from the back way end. Another single added to the total. It's 10 without loss. Stewart here, he'll be looking to carry on his form from yesterday. Really struck the ball beautifully yesterday. He struggled in his previous innings. It was interesting to listen to him at the presentation ceremony saying that he just wanted to bat as deep as possible, trying to win the game for his team.
Yes, and he did that. Played very smart. Didn't start it pretty quickly, but got into his innings as the innings went on.
Good start here from Abraham. Stewart, along with forward, striking it up to back to the bowler. It's biding his time a bit. You get that sense. And it's a beautiful shot. Just using his feet there, not trying to hit it too hard. Just placed it really between the man there at cover and mid-off for a high-run cracking four there through the offside.
Yeah, well played there by Stewart. Just chipping and just driving it on the up through mid-off into the fence for four good-looking runs there by Stewart.
I think we saw a bit of this from him yesterday as well in terms of just trying to time the ball really. Not looking to hit the ball that hard. Seemed to have a very good bat there. He's playing across this one. A close one really. We're directly over the batters. That one again will be interesting to look at. I think that one would have been crashing into leg stump. Well, umpire's call.
Exactly.
Very close indeed. He's using his feet again and just striking this one. Brathwaite there coming around at mid-off, limiting the batter there to a single. So it's 15 without loss, 2 overs gone, the Darkview Explorers.
Well, not a bad over there ball by Abraham. I think it's an exceptional over ball by Abraham too. These 2 batters who are in good form, just about 6 runs from that over. So a good over by him. The total is 15 without loss. Current run rate is 7.50. They have to be scoring about 14.88. They need another 119 runs in 48 deliveries. I don't think these dot deliveries will do them any good.
Yes, they definitely need to utilize the power play to the best of their abilities. 2 overs remaining in the power play. They would definitely need to be somewhere in the region of 50, 60. Chasing this huge total, you need to make use of your power play. 15 without loss. Stuart, it would be facing up to Jordan for the first time. Stuart is backing away and just guiding this one, really using the pace of Jordan for another high run, cracking 4, really. A wonderful shot there from Stuart.
Yeah, it's just giving himself some room outside the off stump and placing it to backward point. A good shot by him into the fence for 4. A high run cracking 4 by him. Really some sensible cricket being played here by Stuart.
Yes, the Stuart we have seen most of the times is someone who's trying to just power the ball over the boundary, but so far we have seen a bit of finesse from him.
Yes.
Basically caressing the ball to the boundary, and we all know he has that power which we'll see unleashed at some point in time if he's there for any point, any long period of time. So very good start to him in this over. Once again, he's cutting this one, but straight to the man there at point. So looking to back away again from that delivery, not timing it. And Ray Jordan in his trademark celebration there gets the big wicket of Navin Stewart. So Darkview Explorers, they lose their first wicket on 19, and Ray Jordan gets his reward after being hit for a boundary in the previous delivery.
Yes, a simple catch being offered up to the man at backward point. An easy catch. Jordan picking up his first wicket. Stewart goes back for Stewart goes back for 9. So Samuel taking that catch. And 19 for 1, 2.2 overs. An excellent start here by the strikers, defending that total of 133.
That's definitely indeed. So Ray Jordan, he will move up to 9 wickets now. So as we mentioned before, the strikers team, they actually have 3 bowlers in the top 10 in terms of wickets taken in the tournament. We have Jerome Jones to come as well. He's the leading wicket taker. The whole of the Sanders orange hat, as we see him walking across the mid-off, sporting that nice, brightly colored orange. So the new batter is Shaman Hooper, someone who you know very well, Kenroy.
Yes, well, he hasn't gotten off in the tournament so far. I think he got about 2 ducks. He got 1 yesterday, a golden duck, and I think he had 1 prior. So he's due some runs, but they have persisted with him at number 3. Hopefully it pays off for them today.
This one is swinging outside the off stump. Bit of away movement there as well. Good pace. Going to wicketkeeper Brown at head height. So Ray Jordan here just showing what he's all about.
And the Pacers have done exceptionally well in this tournament so far. They are leading the way with the wickets. They have bowled some crucial spells. And really, they have done themselves well, these pace bowlers.
This one is just walking it out to cover. Gets a quick single. So he's off the mark, Hooper. Yes, we mentioned before the fact that these pitches are used pitches. They tend to slow down as we get to the business end of the tournament. But I still think that they offer a bit of assistance to the bowlers who are willing to really bend their back. So bowlers like Ray Jordan, Jerome Jones, they're still able to extract quite a bit of bounce and pace from these wickets.
Yes, and you could see that from their bowling. Brown collecting those balls, chest height and so on. So the wicket has offered something to all bowlers. And the batters have batted well on the strip as well.
This one is cutting, just taking the top edge there, and it flew over the man there at short. Third man, Hector. And it's another high run smashing 4 there for Descartes. He has not really found the middle of the bat, but he has been scoring rather quickly. 14 from 8 now, and that's his third high run smashing 4.
Well, the pace of Rich Jordan creating some problems for Descartes. A short delivery outside the off stump, and he went to punch at through backward punt, but hitting the outer portion of the bat and flying through the area of the vacant slip area down to third man for 4 more runs. Descartes continues to fight.
Another short delivery is guiding this one nicely between the man there at short third man and the wicket keeper. The pace of Reagan, he's using that pace to his benefit. The man there, third man, he really had no chance. It's another high run smashing 4 for Descartes. He's up and running.
Yes, a delicate shot there by Descartes. That was short on the body, and he gave himself a little room, and he placed that ball in a similar area that he played the shot prior, and into the fence for 4 more runs to him. And the total have gone up now to 28 for 1. 3 overs completed. Not a bad over for the Dark Explorers. Not a bad over indeed. They got 13 runs off that over. So it's now 106 needed in 42 deliveries. A required run rate of 15.14. A bit of innovation there from Descartes. You've seen the power that he possesses. And there in that over against Ray Jordan, the pace of Ray Jordan, just using his pace and guiding it over the man there at short third man for 2 boundaries really. So a very good start from him. They'll be looking for him to bat as long as possible throughout this innings. Yes, they would want him to bat as deep as possible into this innings, the Dark Explorers. He's the chief scorer for the tournament and for them, as Abraham continues to bowl for the Strikers. This one is just walking it down to long on there, Shaman Hooper for a single. Score moves on to 29 for 1. So I think he'll be better served at this point in time to just give as much of the strike to Descartes. He's the one who's had a good start so far. The leading scorer in the tournament, hold of the Sanders blue cap. Descartes is cutting this one away. Not getting the type of timing he was looking for. See the right there, throwing that one back to the non-strikers end. So no run. Another dot delivery, bowled by Abraham. This one again is slower. Bit of uncertainty there in terms of the running. So Abraham, he's in the middle of a good spell. 1.3 overs, none for 7. We have seen that from him throughout the tournament, giving the team a very good start with that new ball. Yes, and he varies his pace very well. That was a slower delivery just on the leg stump. He has a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Short third man, backward point, square cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off. Short deliveries, pulling this one in the region of long on, and a very good effort there from Jerome Jones, diving away to his left, but he can't stop the boundary. It's another high run, smashing 4 there from Descartes. Score moves on to 33 for 1. Yes, a short delivery there by Abraham, pulling that one down, and Descartes had no difficulty in pulling that through mid-on into the fence for 4. 4 more good runs to Descartes. He continues to pile the runs up here in the VPL 5.0. Yes, a delivery on the short side there from Abraham. We were just applauding his efforts. One was a rare bad delivery that we have seen from him. And Descartes, as he has done throughout the tournament, really made him pay. Another foolish delivery is bowling. Some very good comeback there from Kevin Abraham. Much deserved, really. A foolish delivery, and there was Descartes going across the line, and he loses his off stump. So the Darview Explorers, they are now 33 for 2. 3.5 overs completed. Yes, a crucial wicket there been taken by Abraham. That's the wicket of Descartes. That's a big man to get. And 2 wickets have gone back to the shed. They are now 33 for 2. A big wicket taken there by Descartes, hitting the stumps, disturbing the bails, and Darview Explorers have lost the second wicket, that of the leading run scorer. Yes, so Descartes going for 22. So it means that he will end his VPL stint on 286 runs, the highest run scorer of the tournament so far. I don't think that would have been much of a cushion for him in terms of other players having the playoffs to really try and catch up with him. Well, he would have been looking to get as much runs as possible today. Unfortunately, he was dismissed by Abraham. A good delivery, a slow one tossed. hitting the woodwork, and really he has to wait for another season to get those remaining runs that he would want or he would have liked to have.
Yes, good bowling there from Abraham. We have seen that from him throughout the tournament. In terms of varying his pace, which is very critical, especially in these shortened formats. The new batter coming out, Denson Hoyt. So just like his fellow villager, Ceroy Williams, he has had a promotion as well, so he's up at number 4. Good chance for him to show what he's made of in terms of his batting. So one more delivery remaining in the power play. Then so he's trying to sweep this one, just heading down the leg side there. Umpire Greaves uninterested really. And it's the end of the 4th over. Good spell there from Kevin Abraham. He has 1 for 11. And that View Explorers chasing 134, they're 33 for 2.
Yes, a good power play here for the strikers, taking 2 wickets, that of Navin Stewart and Descartes. 33 runs conceded, and 4 overs have been bowled. So they cannot say that they had a bad power play. This is a very good power play in respect of this game. They have a total of 133 and just 33 runs coming in this power play. A good start for them as they introduce the veteran Alston Bob.
Yes, a required run rate of 16 runs per over. So we definitely need to get a move on here. They will have to consolidate to some extent, but they will also have to score quickly. Alston Bob, as he's swinging across the line, and umpire Byam says not out. It'll be interesting to see that replay. It was a foolish length. Hooper just swinging across the line, maybe just turning past the leg stump or clipping the leg stump.
Probably going with the arm.
He's swinging across the line again, Hooper. So, making no connection really. Alston Bob, a tricky customer, experienced cricketer as well. Played for St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a number of years. So he'll know what he's doing in terms of his bowling. Hooper is using his feet straight back to Bob. So definitely 3 dot balls, a bit of pressure being exerted here on Hooper. 2 from 6 so far. He's swinging across the line again, missing it completely. So very good over here from Alston Bob, showing all his experience really. Bowling to the youngster there, Shaman Hooper.
And Hooper has not really gotten on in this tournament. He has struggled and he continues to do so. But a good over being bowled here by Alston Bob.
He's going back and walking this one down to long on for a single. Singles won't do it here for the Dark View Explorers. That required a run rate just jumping all the time. 100 needed from 31 deliveries. 19.35 runs per over required. As Denson Hoyt comes in to strike. The 3 men back on the leg side boundaries. There's a long on, there's a deep mid wicket, there's a deep square leg. The other fielder out is a long off and a deep extra cover. So quite a bit of coverage for Alston Bob. This one is outside the off stump. Denson looking to hit that one over long on. Missing it completely. So very good over there. Just one coming from that Alston Bob over. That View Explorers, they're 34 for 2, chasing 134.
Yes, an excellent over bowl there by Alston Bob. 1 run coming from that over, really. And an excellent over, excellent 5th over bowled by Alston Bob. And that creates even more pressure for the Dark View Explorers batters to get things going here. They have not really gotten it going here this morning in this innings, the second half.
Yes, the innings just haven't really started the way they wanted it to. Haven't really had the type of impetus that is needed to really propel the scoring rate. A scoring rate of 6.8, chasing 134. It's always going to be an uphill task. So Shaman Hooper is there still, free from 8 deliveries. Denson Hoyt is still to get off the mark. As we see a change in the bowling from that Beckway end, it's going to be Winston Samuel, the right arm, medium fast. Hasn't gone too bad in the tournament. A few times he has actually bowled. So wide delivery outside the off stump, not the best of starts. We keeper Salvan Brown dive into his left, preventing that boundary.
Well, strikers have a dream start thus far in this the second half, scoring a total of 133. They have the Dark Explorer 35 for 2 in over number 6. Dream start this is.
Another delivery outside the off stump there from Samuel. Hooper getting this one out to long off for a single. 36 for 2. Dark View Explorers.
Who can change this game? Who could turn this game around? Which one of the players from the Dark Explorers team would you pick to turn things around here for them?
Well, Denzel Hoyt, we have seen his power early on in the tournament where he won a game by hitting 2 consecutive sixes. Also played a good hand in the last game as well. So they'll be looking to him to bring some momentum to this inning, some impetus, which is what they need really. If you go back to the 4 Charlotte Strikers innings, we saw Cedarroy Williams bringing the type of impetus that we're speaking about. This one is a straight delivery there. A chance for a run out and he's gone. Suicidal really. Shaman Hooper there calling through Denzel for a single. The bowler just turning around and hitting the stumps at the non-strikers end. So Denzel, he goes for another run out in this tournament, his second. He goes without scoring. It's now 36 for 3.
Yeah, some excellent work there. Excellent work there by Samuel on his follow-through, picking it up and throwing it at the stumps, hitting that woodwork, and Denzel Hoyt has to walk back slowly to the dressing room. They have lost their 3rd wicket, 36 for 3. Dark View Explorers, in response to that total of 133, they have dug themselves into a hole.
A hole indeed. They would definitely need to try and get out of this slump, really. This slump. Their scoring rate, 6.75. The required rate has gone up to 21 runs needed per over. It's definitely going to be difficult. As we mentioned, this is one of the better bowling attacks in the tournament. It's really showing in terms of its ability to get wickets. And wickets are always going to put pressure on the opposition, especially when chasing such a big total.
Yes, and once you get early wickets, you push the opponents back, and then things become difficult for the other batters coming into the crease. And they are now 36 for 3. 36 for 3. Shaman Hooper is there. He's been struggling all season, and Samuels continue to bowl well.
The short delivery outside the off stump again. Some bit of a mixed bag here from Winston Samuel to start this spell. We've seen 2 wide so far.
Well, he's trying to get that ball on the off stump, but he's bowling over the wicket, and the ball is going with the arm as well, and it's going wide outside that stipulated area, which is outside that red line, and the umpire Grays would not hesitate to call that wide. He needs to get a little closer.
This one is hitting this one down to long on. Full toss, a low full toss. Just didn't get the elevation really. Just managed to just muscle it down to the man there at long on, Jerome Jones, for a single. So Shaman Hooper, yet to find the boundary really. Struggling a bit, 5 off 10. In the chase that we have in terms of 134, you definitely need some sort of progression in terms of the scoring rate.
This is a really big ask, 97 from 27 deliveries.
Tilron Harry, the new batter, just once again tugging this one down to the man there at long on for another single. So the strikers, they will not be too perturbed by these singles. All these singles will do just push that scoring rate further up to 38 for 3. Required run rate 22.15. Shaman Hooper using his feet, and that's a very good shot. His best of the day so far. A high run, cracking 6 there over deep mid wicket, touching the top there of the Frank Thomas Pavilion. A big hit indeed, and he's up and running. That View Explorers, they're 44 for 3.
Yeah, you would need a couple more shots like that, a couple more coming out the middle of the bat and into that direction, Shaman Hooper. He have not really kicked on, but that's a very good shot from him. Chipping down, hitting Winston Samuel over mid-on for 6 runs. Good shot. Cracking 6, that is.
Another swing this time. Samuel there just going a bit wide off the off stump. Ball just slightly moving away from the batter as well. So a good end to the over for him. 10 runs coming off that over. That View Explorers, they will need a further 90 runs from 4 overs. A difficult task indeed.
Yes, at 22.50. Current run rate is 7.33. They need to get 90 from 24. Somebody has to do it. Who can do it? Shaman Hooper is there. and also Tilleran Harry. But, in my opinion, it's a very, very, very difficult task. But we have an interview with the lovely Banava.
It's a great day here for cricket at VPL 5.2, and I'm here with a bona fide striker fan. How are you today, sir?
I'm very well. Strikers on the verge of another win, so I'm excited about that.
Are you a new striker fan or forever striker fan?
I'm forever striker. We always striking. We will win this time. They got away last year, but they will not get away this year.
How has the VPL vibes been so far?
VPL has been exciting. I can't wait for the finals with striker right there bringing home the trophy this year. VPL vibes is just vibing well.
As a bona fide striker fan, I'm sure you have a favorite player out there.
Yes, my favorite player is Roy Williams from Sandy Bay, one of the twins playing against his brother's team, Explorer. And I know he just wants to eat his brother's food, but unfortunately the brother is a substitute today, so he will have to represent the family.
Great. If the finals coming up this week, and if anyone's at home and you know they should be out there supporting strikers, what we telling them?
Well, if I was them, I would have ensured I buy my ticket since last week, so that I can be at the final, because the finals is going to be exciting, exhilarating, enthusiastic. It's going to be everything E, because strikers has E inside.
Thank you so much, and all the best to the striker family.
Thank you. Striker will win. We have no fear.
Yes, indeed. Good to hear from the fans. Passionate set of fans as well. Spent some time in the Mike Finley Pavilion recently. The vibes there was something else. As Bob, to finish off this over, this one is just slicing that one Tilleran Harry for another single. Score moves on to 52 for 3. 7 runs from this over so far.
Some tight bowling here by Alston Bob. None for 8. Fifth delivery of his second over. Tight over.
Let's Hooper again using his feet. Managing to get this one out to deep mid wicket. Sealeroy there running in. Limiting it to a single. So Bob again, another spinner bowling a very economical spell. 1.5 overs, none for 9. He'll be looking to close off this over. That he does with another single. So at the end, a misfield there from Sealeroy. The batters there getting a chance to get a second. So at the end of the 7th over, it's 55 for 3. The required run rate is 26.33. Alston Bob, a very good spell from the veteran.
Yes. None for 11 from 2 overs. You can't ask for anything better than that from Alston Bob. Came at a time when they wanted him. He bowled exceptionally well, and really kudos to him. Excellent bowling, and the strikers are really on top of this game. At 55 for 3, I don't think things could go further or things could go away from them here. They are much in control of this game as they bring in their most successful bowler to continue proceedings for them.
Well, as a Dark View Explorers fan, is not something you want to see Jerome Jones coming in, with you needing 26.33 runs per over. Team is already struggling 55 for 3, and we have the orange cap holder, the Sanders orange cap holder in the form of Jerome Jones. He has 11 wickets in this tournament. He has bowled very well indeed. Bowled with a bit of pace, a bit of guile as well. Changes his pace. Subtle changes of pace really works for him in the end, as this one is just evading Carlos Brathwaite there at mid-off. Shaman Hooper getting that one there, just clear of Brathwaite for 2 runs. So 2 more added to the total is 57 for 3.
That tells
the 8th over.
That tells you the story of the Dark View Explorers innings, really. They have never really got into gear. They have never really got into a momentum, and they have struggled here in this innings against the strikers bowling.
Well, a short deliveries, power in this one. Back past the bowler there, and the fielder on the boundary there making a desperate attempt really to stop that one. So it's a high run cracking 4 there for Shaman Hooper. He moves to 23. It's 61 for 3.
Yeah, 61 for 3. They would need some more lusty hitting here from Shaman Hooper for them to get close to this total. But really, strikers have this game wrapped up already. Jones is bowling his 3rd delivery, but Shaman Hooper, who have had a haven't had a very good series, had a good tournament, is still at the crease, but I really think that strikers have already have this game in the bag.
Another slow delivery this time out to long off, just falling short of Brathwaite there. Coming back for second, Hooper gets there in the end. So another delivery there, trying to power that one over the offside, just taking the outer portion of the bat. It was a slow delivery. We've seen that quite a bit from Jerome Jones. And the Darkview Explorers here, just giving it their all, but not really making the type of connection they really need.
Yeah, they have really struggled in this innings to get things going. Really struggled.
And that's a shot over mid-wicket. The fielder there, Captain Pope, comes around and takes a very good catch. So another wicket to Jerome Jones. He continues to lead the way in terms of wickets in this tournament. And Shaman Hooper, he goes to 25. And the Darkview Explorers, they're now 63 for 4. 7.3 overs bowled.
Yes, easy catch taken there by Gideon Pope at the mid-wicket area. This one there wrong to his right and taking that catch just about waist height. That goes, that's a 4th wicket fall in here for the Darkview Explorers. And really, as I said, they have not gotten any momentum. They have not really challenged this total here from the strikers. Strikers came out, they bowl well, and they have reaped their rewards.
Yes, definitely bowl well, the 4 Charlotte strikers. They've bowled as a unit. They've supporting each other well in the field as well. Both spinners today going for 11 runs. I think that was a key part of this game. Alston Bob, his experience came to the forefront. Kevin Abraham has done what he really has done well throughout the tournament, opening the bowling, 2 overs for 11 as well. So they'll be looking to wrap up this innings. The Darkview Explorers will be looking to just give the fans something to digest. As this one is up in the air again. Pope is under it, and he takes a very good catch. It was swirling in the air. He had to judge it correctly. And Jerome Jones, he's on a hat-trick. The other wicket, Rickford Walker, he goes without scoring. The Darkview Explorers, they're now crumbling really. They're 63 for the loss of 5 wickets. So not the type of performance Darkview Explorers would have been looking forward to, finishing off this tournament, as we see the captain, Romano Pair, coming in at number 7. A rather dejected looking Romano Pair. He himself hasn't really covered himself in glory in terms of the bat this tournament. As the captain, he'll be looking to just finish off on a high. But that's going to be very difficult, especially having to face Jerome Jones in this type of form. He's now on 12 wickets, and he's also on a hat-trick. So the Darkview Explorers have it all to do here, losing 2 consecutive wickets. Gideon Pope also on a hat-trick of catches as well.
Well, that, as I said, tells the story of the Darkview Explorers innings here. Good catch here by Gideon Pope. Excellent catch by the skipper. But the strikers have gained another wicket by some excellent bowling there by that man, Jerome Jones, who continues to do well here with the ball for them.
So he has sewed up the bowling charts as pair. Waits on Jones. And his delivery, he's just walking that one out to deep mid-wicket. A hat-trick delivery. Jones having his hand on his head. And it's the end of the over. 9 runs coming from it. And at the end of the 8th over, the Darkview Explorers, they're 64 for 5. Taylor and Harry, he's there on 5. Romano Pair, he just came to the crease. He's on 1. They're definitely staring down the barrel here this afternoon.
Yeah, as I said, the strikers have wrapped this game up from the 5th over, so that after Alston Bob finished his spell, really it was a difficult task for them to get that 90-yard runs from those deliveries. And strikers have gained momentum in this tournament. They have batted well up front. The back end has come well. Now their top order is doing well. So they look like the team that is really in form here in this tournament. They have played some consistently good cricket, and really it's a team to be reckoned with in this tournament. They have not gotten to that finals But I think this time around, I think they are looking at the team who is there. They are looking at the team. They are looking like the team that you have to beat.
Definitely looking strong on the basis of their performances so far. The 4 Charlotte strikers. As we see Winston Samuel, he switched ends. First over going for 11. So it's a good time for bowlers like Winston Samuel to come in and just show his captain that he has what it takes if he is needed in the playoffs. Captain Pope can just try a few things. This game already in the bag, really. He starts with a wide. 65 for 5.
Well, that tells you the depth of the strikers bowling. You know, they could turn to bowlers in this situation and say, they normally put their hands up and say, okay, you bowl this over, you bowl that over. They have not gone to Brathwaite, who is one of their better bowlers, and Winston Samuel is bowling his second over. That tells you how well the strikers have been playing.
So Brathwaite maybe getting a bit of a rest today, although he's on the field. This one is off the edge and well caught there, a short third man. So it was a foolish delivery outside the off stump. There was Romano Pair looking for that booming cover drive, taking the outer portion of the bat, and that was a very good catch there from
Ray Jordan.
Ray Jordan, yes. Very good feeler, Ray Jordan. Diving forward there. And the Derby Explorers, they lose another wicket. It's now 65 for 6.
Yes, a good catch here by Ray Jordan. Diving forward, really good catch by him. And Samuels have picked up what? His first wicket in this innings. He have bowled 1.1 over so far. 12 runs and just picked up his wicket. That's the 6th wicket for the Darkview Explorers, and they're really struggling here.
So the new batter is Chelson Stowe. He had a reasonable day with the ball. He's now needed with the bat. Quite an uphill task here. 69 runs required from 11 deliveries. Some will say impossible task. So good all-round effort, especially in the field from the strikers. They're a good fielding team. We've seen them taking their catches. As this one is outside the off stump from Samuel. Still looking to power that one in the vicinity of the old airport. Missing it completely.
Well, you're saying an uphill task. I think this is virtually impossible for them to get to this target. They need another 41.40 for over.
It's a disappointing way really for them to really bow out of the tournament. It just shows you the up and down nature of their performances throughout the tournament. And it's a big hit. A mighty hit there from Stowe. He definitely can hit a high run cracking 6 over deep mid wicket. So he's off the mark. It's 71 for 6.
Yeah, Chelsea is one of the better strikers of the cricket ball here. And as you can see from that shot, as Samuel missed his length there, coming a little close to Stowe. Stowe hitting that one over mid wicket into the President's suit era. 6 runs to him, 6 runs to the Dark Explorers. They are 71 for 6.
Yes, that's one of the bigger hits we have seen in this tournament. We have seen quite a few. But one well over 100 meters from Stowe. He's a big man, cracks a punch. And just something to brighten up the day really of the Darkview Explorers fans here at the Annersville playing field.
Yes, they would need that. Final preliminary game here. They have not played the cricket that they wanted to. They are 71 for 6. They haven't gotten things together at all this season, the Explorers.
This one is pulled again. Out to deep mid wicket. Well stopped there from Gideon Pope. An athletic effort there from him. A delivery just falling short of him. He went around to his right, prevented 2 runs there. So 2 more added to the total. It's now 73 for 6.
Yeah, some excellent fielding there by Gideon Pope, moving to his right and getting a really good bounce and doing some excellent fielding on the boundary. Just batting that one back into the playing field and saving 2 extra runs.
So Stowe here looking to eye up these deliveries from Winston Samuel. Just bowling in his arc really. That hitting arc of his seemed to be over the region of long on and deep mid wicket. It's another hit over deep mid wicket, just as I was saying. A lovely shot there from Chelsea Stowe. He's finishing this innings with a bang. It's 79 for 6. Another high rune, cracking 6.
Yes, Samuel just getting a little too close to Stowe, and Stowe is a big man, as you said. He would hit that ball far, not near, far, and Samuel's being punished, bowling on the legs of Chelsea Stowe. 2 sixes, towering sixes over mid wicket so far.
We mentioned that this was an important spell for Samuel as well. It's an opportunity for him to show the captain that he can bowl in certain situations. This definitely wasn't what he had in mind. As we see Stowe just taking a liking to his bowling. He's now going to change the angle. He's going to come around the wicket. Let's see how he goes. Change of angle. Same result really, and that's a bigger hit. Oh my goodness. Entertainment galore here at the Arnoldville playing field. Another high rune, cracking 6 there from Chelsea Stowe. The score now races on to 85 for 6. 9 overs completed.
Yeah, some fantastic hitting there by Chelsea Stowe off of the bowling of Winston Samuel. He has gone for 32 from his 2 overs. Chelsea Stowe has raced up to 20 from 5. And the Darkview Explorers are 85 for 6. The last over here. And they need 41. A run rate of 49. Current run rate is 9.99. They need another 49 from 6 deliveries. Virtually impossible here.
Well, this performance from Stowe really epitomizes the decisions that we were talking about that the Darkview Explorers make throughout this tournament in terms of tactical decisions. So here it is, we're seeing a player coming in 20 from 5 deliveries at number 8 basically. So it tells me that he could have maybe come in a bit earlier and given the type of momentum to this innings, especially having lost Descartes and having Stewart very early in the piece.
Yes, he's that sort of player. He's an impact player, and that is what he's doing here now, 20 from 5. And if you had that sort of impact up front when you lost those 2 wickets, your position would have been much different here after 9 overs.
As we see Jerome Jones bowling the final over here to Tilman Harry. He's hitting this one over long off for a nice looking 6 there. Good shot there from Harry. Delivery on the line of the off stump, and he just stroked that one really over Carlos Brathwaite at long off. So he gets another high rune, cracking 6. He moves on to 11. It's 91 for the loss of 6.
Well, the Darkview Explorers team is ending with a flurry here. Some lovely shots been played by Harry and Chelsea Stowe. That one was smashed over mid-off, pitched up there by Jones, and Harry playing a very pleasant shot over mid-off for 6. A really good 6, a high rune cracking 6 that is.
Another shot delivery, he's pulling this one out to deep mid wicket. Pope coming around. A very good chance there from Pope. Just going to hold on really. He actually saves 5 runs in the end.
Yeah, some good feeling there by Gideon Pope on the mid-wicket boundary. Running to his right, look at that. Outstretched hands and just pulling it back in. So some good feeling here by him, saving at least 5 runs there for his team.
As we see the dangerous Stowe, he's now on strike to Jones. This one is looking to hit this one over deep mid-wicket. Foolish delivery there. Wait and umpire Graves this signal. The signal buys. So 1 more to the total. 93 for 6. The Darkview Explorers required run rate, which is really out of the question really. 82 runs per over.
Oh man.
As Harry is back in strike. Slow delivery, and he's depositing this one over deep mid-wicket for another high rune, cracking 6 really. Good ball striking here at the back end of the tournament. A little bit too late, but it's good to see from the Darkview Explorers.
Yes, and a little adjustment in their batting. Just bringing the right person at the right time could have caused this game to go in a different direction. As you see some lovely hitting here by Tilman Harry and Chelsea Stowe. 99 for 6. 35 runs needed in 2 deliveries. Things could have been much different for the Darkview Explorers.
Well, after losing those two early wickets, they were basically limping. They were, if I could say, crawling really, in terms of their scoring rate. This partnership has actually given them a bit of impetus. Partnership of 34. 34 of 9 deliveries actually. So that was the type of impetus they needed earlier on in the innings. Right? That could have really set this game up very well for a grandstand finish, but unfortunately for the Darkview Explorers, that has not been the case. As this one is pulled again for another high-run cracking 6 from Tilron Harry. Classy there from him. A shorter delivery, and he just managed to power that one over long on for another big 6. So he moves to 24. It's now 105 for 6.
Yeah, some excellent hitting there by these two batters, Harry and Stowe. Tilron has rushed up to 20 from 6, Stowe 24 from 8, really. You needed this sort of impetus in the innings early, and this is what these strikers did. They brought in Silroy Williams at number 3, and that changed the whole picture of the game, to change the whole tempo. Silroy had a good innings, and that set the platform for the others to come, really. And they piled up a total of 133. Now you're seeing it coming from the back end of the Darkview Explorers, but it's a bit too late.
Yes, a bit too late indeed. The Darkview Explorers fans that we have here, they will be scratching their heads really, in terms of asking, where was this hitting all along, in terms of this innings? And that has really been the story of the season so far for the Darkview Explorers. We've spoken of that on numerous occasions, as this one is a wide delivery outside the off stump from Jerome Jones. So he's on a bit of pressure. One of those few occasions in the tournament.
Haven't seen that in the tournament so far. He's been smacked for what? 3 sixes in this over. He has another delivery to bowl, another one delivery to bowl to close out this game. But a really exhibition, some lovely exhibition of cricket shots being shown here by these two, Chelsea Stowe and Tilron Harry, at the back end of this the Darkview Explorers innings.
Yes, a very good finish indeed from these two. Tilron Harry, the wicket keeper, 24 from 8. Chelsea Stowe, 20 from 6. They've been treated with a flurry of high-run smashing 6s. Some big hits indeed, as we wait on the final delivery of this match.
Jones have gone for 29.
I think they're checking to see if that delivery would have pitched off the wicket itself. I think it is. So no ball it's going to be. So another free hit, for Tilron Harry. You'll be looking for more of the same. As we see a change of field, the man there at extra cover coming in. There's a man back at third man. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Short fine leg. Final delivery coming up. And he's hitting this one out to long on for another high runs, cracking 6. So he finishes the innings on a high there. Tilron Harry, he races up to 30. And that's the end of the innings. Is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It's the end of the innings. So the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they have won by 20 runs. The Darkview Explorers just not having enough power there in terms of the starting of their batting effort to really try and chase down this total.
Well, the impact players coming to the end of the Darkview Explorers innings, that of Chelsea Stowe and Tilron Harry, causing a different scenario here, giving you a different perspective of the game, really. If these two had gone into the wickets a little bit earlier, things could have been much different.
So as we see a summary of the game, the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they were inserted by the Darkview Explorers. They batted first and made 133 for 1. Salvan Brown, he top scored with 51 from 28 deliveries. Silroy Harry played a very good hand, 37 from 16. Gideon Pope, he also gave the team a very good start, 33 from 16. Shadrach Descartes, he was the pick of the bowlers for the Darkview Explorers, 1 for 10. Dalzell, he got none for 12, and Denson Hoyt, none for 34. In response, the Darkview Explorers, they made 112 for 6. Tilron Harry A powerful innings in the end, 30 from 10. Shaman Hooper, he made 25 from 19, never really got going. Shadrach Descartes, he made 22 from 13, he was dismissed early. Jerome Jones, the pick of the bowlers, went for a bit of tap in his last over. He had 2 for 35. Ray Jordan gave the team the early breakthrough, 1 for 22. Kevin Abraham, he bowled well, 1 for 11. So 4 Charlotte Strikers winning this game by 21 runs in this final preliminary game for both teams.
Well, a good end to this game. If a few different adjustments were made in this game, it could have been much different. But at the end of the day, Strikers played a better game. They are the winners. They have won by 21 runs. Dark View Explorers have suffered another defeat in this tournament.
Another defeat indeed, so they will finish 5th. Well, we have to wait until we see the next game, really, to decide where they finish. If Grenadine Divers can come up with a victory, maybe they can overhaul the Dark View Explorers. So the next game we have coming up for you is the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They will do battle against the Grenadine Divers. Right, so for now, we're going to take a break and we'll be back with you with the presentation ceremony from this encounter.
It's cricket, VPL cricket, and you know we love it. It's cricket, VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket. Our way.
Let's go! It's cricket, VPL cricket, and you know we love it. It's cricket, VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow.
All right, welcome to the presentation for this first match on match day number 11, where we had the Dark View Explorers taking on the 4 Charlotte Strikers. The Dark View Explorers succumbed to the 4 Charlotte Strikers in this fixture. And here with me is the losing captain, Romano Pay. Commiserations, Romano. At some points, you see that you were in the game, but where do you think you lost contention for that last game?
Well, in the back end, the guys in the bowling department, we didn't stick to the plan as much, and as you see, the score reflects the decision that I made. Just want to say just tough luck to the guys. It's still cricket we're playing. We went out there, positively, but we fell short. We just have to just say thank God. We already finished with a lose, but not the way we wanted to finish, but that is just cricket.
Well, you have one more game left in the tournament, and also for the tournament, some of your young players, you saw that knock from Taylor and Harry at the end, Stowe who came in late in the piece. So your team is showing that you have different individuals who could put up their hands. So it's just about getting things right. If you come back with a similar team next time around.
Yeah, as I told you before, I always back my players. Someone always have to put up their hand to score, to do well on the day. So. You just look forward to the next tournament.
Well, you have one more game. They think the fifth place game. How will you change things up for them, that game?
Well, we just go out and play cricket. That's just what we have to do. So we won't change much. Just stick to the plan and just go out and play cricket on the day.
All right. All the best and commiserations in this tournament, Romano.
All right. Thanks.
We now have the winning captain, Gideon. Gideon, congratulations on the win. You started off well in the chase in your own personal innings, setting the tone for your team.
Yeah, I want to say well done to the guys. I think when we started batting, that momentum kind of gave us the extra boost.
And your bowlers continue to do well. One of your unsung heroes hasn't taken a lot of wickets, but he has bowled quite tight in the power play. Is Kevin Abraham.
Yeah, I want to say well done to him. He's keeping it simple now, sticking to the basics, and it's paying off. So I want to say well done to him.
All right, so now you guys have qualified, and you have qualified top of the table, regardless of what happens in the second game today. What do you put it down to? It's the first time the 4 Charlotte Strikers are qualifying in the first 2, and of course in this competition qualifying in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, I want to say well done to the team. To finish at the top of the table is something good, but the cricket is not finished as yet, so we still have a couple of games left. So we're looking to come out and still play hard cricket.
All right, all the best to you in the remainder of the tournament, Gideon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Salvan Brown was adjudged by the commentary team as the man of the match for this game, scoring an unbeaten 50 in the first innings. Congratulations, Salvan. How was it out there in the middle while you were batting?
It was kind of holding up first, and then in the back end, the ball was coming on nicely, so I took advantage of it,
And what was your plan going out there opening the innings today?
We were looking for 130, anything above that, So I tell myself I have to bat deep, and that's what I did.
All right. Well, you have made some good runs so far in the tournament. Looking forward to the remaining games. By the way, you have also qualified as a team in the top position.
Yeah, well, I've been in this tournament, and I've been in how much finals now? All the finals. So I'm looking forward to the next finals again.
All right. Well, all the best to you, and all the best to your team, the 4 Charlotte Strikers.
Thank you very much.
And we have you collect your check from Mr. Samuel Holder. And that's all for us right here at the presentation. We'll now go back up to studio.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Everybody coming home. We feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers,
Strikers!
cricket, our way.
Exactly, they really match with it, that's true. Not match with it. Yes, welcome to the Arnoldville playing field. We are here for the second game today, match day 11. And this will be game number 24. And we will have the Botanical Gardens Rangers playing the Grenadines Divers. This is Alanson Cruikshank. With me here in the commentary box is Miles Bascom. Good afternoon to you, Miles.
Good afternoon, Alanson, and good afternoon to viewers.
Yes, and Miles, now we know who is on top of the table, the 4 Charlotte Strikers, your former team. They have finished at the top of the table. I don't want to put you in a compromising position as an administrator, but I know that you are the former captain of the Strikers, as one of their former coaches leaves the room as well.
Yes, it's good to see the Strikers play to their potential. Always a good bunch of guys, talented group. It's good to see them get it mostly right so far this season, and they have the results to show for it.
All right, so in this second fixture, we have the Botanical Gardens Rangers, a very powerful team on paper, but they have had some disappointing games, I would say, for their fans, especially in the recent few games. They would want to come out of this run with a win to go into the knockout stages.
Definitely. I think that they still have a few things that they need to get right. Certainly on paper, names on paper, they can go toe-to-toe with any team that's in this top 4. But again, it's a very short game, and if you get your strategy wrong at key points, you can find yourself on the losing end of these matches. So they will definitely want to use this game to try to tie down a few things that they seem uncertain about. If I recall, in the last game, we saw some indecision about the end for Denver. I think they eventually got it right, but that is one thing that I'm sure that they would want to tie down in this game.
Yes, they exchanged both Pasan and Denver. Curious decision to switch them around. They were comfortable from the other ends and bowling well so far in the competition. They're up against the Divers, who have had several close games and just have come up short on several occasions, and due to that fact, they are now out of the top 4.
Yes, the Divers is a very interesting. They have had an interesting tournament. On paper, again, very formidable unit. However, on match day, key decisions again that just didn't go their way, and they found themselves, I think, 0 from 5, and then eventually winning their 4th game, their 6th game. And when they're on top, when they are winning, you can definitely see the potential that the squad has, but they just have not been able to get it together often enough, to get more results in their favor.
All right, and we are going to go down soon, pitch side to Osnet Cato with the toss. But just before we go down to Osnet Cato with the toss, and he has the 2 captains and the match referee, just before we go down there, Miles, just looking at the stats so far, the Sanders blue cap is now held by Sharat Descott, but Chadwick is right up there. After starting slowly, he's playing for the Divers, who are playing today in this fixture. And we also have Fletcher at number 4. 2 very important players. Primus also at number 7 on the most runs list.
Yes. It just goes to show, that a couple, all you need is a couple good innings, and you can find yourself, with a very healthy score. We saw, for example, in the Breakers, Kadeem Aline, yes. He was struggling for form, didn't look himself at all, and then, his last 2 or 3 innings have been, up to the standard that we expect of him. So it's still a very open race in terms of the Sanders blue cap. Interestingly, we have Chadwick, who would play his final preliminary game, and then you're likely to see Chadwick and Descott face off in that fifth place playoff, right? So that could very well be the game that determines who is the eventual holder of the final holder of the Sandals blue cap.
All right, so when we come back, we will discuss the teams a bit more. We'll now go down to Osnet Cato for the toss.
Yeah, good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field. We are here for the second encounter in this VPL 5.0 cricket our way. We have the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They're playing against the Grenadine Divers. I have here with me Mr. Selwyn Allen, the match referee. We have Asif Hooper, the captain of the Grenadine Divers, and we also have Kesrick Williams, the captain of the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So Kesrick, he has the toss in his hand. He'll be spinning the toss. Heads is the call.
Tails.
So it's actually a tails. Kesrick, what are you going to do? You've won the toss.
Yeah, we're gonna come out and we're gonna have a bowl first.
Any particular reason for this decision?
Just that a game has played on it before, it only get better. So I mean, if you bat in the second innings, it should get better. So we're just hoping that it do get better, and we can score easily on it and try to get our run rate up. That's why we're here today. Try to get our run rate back up so we can finish second on the table.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned the fact of the net run rate. That is very important because if you finish in the top 2, it means that you have 2 bites of the cherry.
Yeah, definitely. Who doesn't want 2 bites of the cherry? So that's what we're gonna come out here to do. And as we see from the starting of the tournament, we want to play aggressive cricket. So we're gonna come out. We're not gonna play them slightly. We're gonna play them like if we're looking to get into the finals or semi-finals, wherever it is, and come out and play hard and aggressive cricket.
Previously, you mentioned some nigglers in the squad. What is the status of those at this point in time?
It's still the same, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, a crowd don't come to hear about nigglers, they come to hear about cricket, you know, and we get paid to play cricket, so we can't be, you know, bother too much about the nigglers. We have our physio that will take care of us. Yes, we're still not the best. I mean, Primer still have nigglers, I have nigglers, Fletcher have nigglers, Jeffrey have niggles. Tijon basically he can't really run properly. Somebody that we would have really needed in this tournament in the back end to hit those big sixes. But at the end of the day, it's cricket. You're gonna play cricket. You're gonna get injured at some point. The most you can do is just suck it up and just come again.
I'm going to ask you about Primus. We didn't see him bowl in the last game. Was that as a result of the niggle, and can we look forward to see him bowling again in this tournament?
Right now, status is still unknown. But at the end of the day. He's willing to come out and put in a hard yards. We know he bat, he bowl. So if he can't bowl, then he definitely would bat. The last game he didn't bowl because of the niggle. Couple of games I played as well and you didn't see me bowl, or you see me bowl one over, it's because of niggles. But at the end of the day, bro, as I said, nobody don't want to hear about niggles. They want to hear about good cricket. So I'm not really, you know, plaguing my injury or saying my injury is the cause of performance or anything of that sort. Just had to come out and play cricket, bro.
Okay, any changes to your side today?
No, we're going into this game with the same team from the last game.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best in today's game.
Right, thanks much.
As if the final game of the preliminary rounds, you'll be looking to finish on a high?
Oh yeah, most definitely. The wicket look at decent wicket. Hopefully we can come and post a decent total. We have Chadwick who is second for most runs, and we need to take some pressure off him by chasing. And I thought if I did win the toss, I would have bat as well. Hopefully we can come and post a decent total.
The last time you won the toss, you said you wanted to free up your batters in terms of batting force. So you're getting that opportunity once again. What type of total are you looking to set?
For the last 3 games or so, we scored around 110, 130. Hopefully today we can in that 120, 130 range, because they have a decent batting lineup as well. So say 120, 125.
It'll be good to give the fans who have supported you throughout the tournament something to really take home with a victory in this final one.
Yeah, most definitely. We're coming to play some hard cricket today. We're not coming to just go through the motion. We've been playing good cricket throughout the season. The result may not show that, but hopefully today we can really come up with a match-winning performance.
Any changes to your team today?
Yeah, Cody One is in for Rajigo Thomas. He have a back injury and we just tell him to rest for today.
Okay, so all the best in today's game and moving forward.
All right, thanks, Alec.
So there you have it. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they've won the toss and they've elected to bowl first.
All right, thank you very much, Osnet. And yes, you have the news from pitch side. The Rangers, they won the toss. They've elected to have a chase, so they will be bowling first. And what do you think about that decision, Miles, just before we go into the playing 11s?
I think they basically want to see what they need to do. As Kedrick mentioned, they do have a chance if they can, you know, get an increase on their net run rate. They could potentially finish in second place, right? So definitely they would have to go for that because, as was mentioned, it does give them that second bite of the cherry, having being able to play that first qualifier, and then potentially playing a second qualifier.
All right, so the playing 11s for the two teams today. Let's start with the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Keswick Williams, captain. Kenneth Demba, the vice captain. Kieran Kotoy, Atticus Brown, Wayne Harper, wicketkeeper. Andrew Fletcher, Roshan Primus, Ronil Jeffrey, Jaron John, Jarrell Edwards, and Ravindra Prasad in the playing 11 today. What about the team for the Divers?
Right, so we have Asif Hooper, captain, Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Cosmos Haksha, wicketkeeper, Raishan Williams, Benetton Stapleton, Romario Bibi, Westwick Straw, Richie Richards, Razine Brown, and Cody Horn, who is in for Rodrigo Thomas, as the skipper mentioned.
Yes, and looking at the teams, when we look at the bowling stats, because we looked at the batting stats a while ago, these two teams actually have several players in the top 10 for the Sandals Orange Cap. We can see here Dean Brown, he's on 9 wickets. He's playing for the Divers. You have Ravindra Prasad on 8 wickets. He's playing for the Rangers. Roshan Primus for the Rangers on 7 wickets. And Westwick Straw and Richie Richards on 7 wickets apiece also, and they're playing for the Divers. So these two teams are teams that have bowled well in the tournament.
Yes, well, they have taken wickets in the tournament, and usually that translates to a stem in the flow of runs. The competition for the Orange Cap is another interesting one. I think that will be decided probably, they may even go all the way to the final.
Yes, because there are several bowlers who, it's basically just 1 wicket that separates most persons except Jerome Jones, who picked up some wickets today. So he's on 11 wickets. He is just a bit out front, but everybody else, it's really too close to call.
Yes, it should be interesting. I'm sure, especially for players in the Divers who basically have not much further to go in the tournament. That is one of the things that they can look forward to, those individual awards. Dean Brown, I'm sure, who held the Orange Cap at a couple points, I think, in the tournament so far. He would be one of those persons who, would hope that he can have a good outing today and at least keep his hat in the ring.
Absolutely, because of course the teams that qualify, they most likely get a few more opportunities to build up their numbers, the players from those teams. When we come back, we will have live action for you here at the Arnesville playing field. We remember that this is the final fixture of the preliminary round. We have the Botanical Gardens Rangers taking on the Grenadines Divers, and we'll be right back with live action for you shortly.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, don't give me the cricket, 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 cricket our way, cricket, look at 6 over there, cricket, on fire where you say, cricket, VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
VPL Cricket, and you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how every bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, 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 look at 6 over there. Cricket, 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 umpire where you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by...
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, 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 look at 6 over there. Cricket, 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 umpire where you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the Arnesville playing field, where we're about to get cracking here in the final fixture of the qualifying round of the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket All-Way. We will have the Grenadines Divers taking on the Botanical Gardens Rangers. I'm Alanson Cruikshank, and with me in the studio is Cricket West Indies Director and also SVG Cricket Association President Miles Bascom, former West Indies player as well. Miles, I just want to, although you're acting as color here, I'm also looking at you as an administrator. So I just want to get your take as we get ready for the beginning of this innings on the competition so far.
Well, I haven't quite elevated to Cricket West Indies director. Windward Islands Board director.
Okay, Windward Islands director. All right,
Yes,
thanks for the correction.
Yeah, but so far, I mean, it's been a pretty outstanding tournament. I have been, very pleased to see the level of competition. Even the divers, as I mentioned earlier, who probably just have one win to their name. They have played in some very close encounters and just happen to come up on the wrong side more often than not. But definitely, it's very hard to call. You might look at the strikers as the favorite, being the table toppers. But we just saw a couple of games ago that the hikers, showed that they could get the better of them. So definitely in this final four, it is not going to be one that you can separate before a ball is bowled from tomorrow, really. And I think that is good for the cricket. The competition is good. It has also been good to see the overseas players, come in and take the standard up a notch, and a few of the local players as well, strive
Yes, welcome back. And to bowl the first over for the Rangers will be Captain Keswick Williams. He'll be bowling to Ryshawn Williams, Barbadian player. And of course, opening the batting with him as well is Chadwick Walton. So here we go. It's a wide delivery. Let's wait on the call. Call wide, yes, by umpire Graves. Goes all the way to the boundary for 5 wide. So not a very good start here.
No, definitely not the start that the Rangers would want. Certainly not the start that Keswick Williams would want. He has not been having the best time of it, and I think that extras have been a big part of that. Some very ill-timed no balls, and here we see 5 wides to start. Ryshawn Williams, I noticed at the top of the order, I think this is what he does for his club back in Barbados. So though it's the first time opening in this tournament, it is not unfamiliar territory for him.
All right, and for those who are at home, there's a deep backward square leg and a man at third man. These are the two fielders who are outside of the ring in the power play. Good delivery on that occasion, leaving the right-hander. Guided down to the man at third man, and they're off with the first runs off the bat. I make them now 6 without loss after 2 deliveries. Well, 1 legal delivery.
It's always interesting. And here we see Keswick Williams again with another ill-timed extra. A no ball this time, and a free hit with Chadwick Walton on strike. It's always a little bit exciting when Walton is on strike to Williams. You never know who is going to pull out the notebook.
Yes, and not just inside the notebook, but on the cover as well. Things were written the last time around. And that's off the edge. It has gone all the way for 6. So that no ball has come back to haunt them. And that free hit has gone for 6. They're already 12. And this is just the second legal delivery.
Yes. Extras, definitely something that the Rangers need to get a handle on. Keswick in particular has been guilty of a few poorly timed no balls. And of course Chadwick would gladly take an invitation to have a free hit. No chance of getting out. And to get things going for him.
Yes, so I believe that it's 13 without loss. 2 legal. Oh, that one is a lovely one that beats him outside the off stump. So 2 legal deliveries, 3 legal deliveries now. There was a single that was taken by Ryshawn Williams. So just have to get that sorted on the scoring display that you have on your screen. Williams, he took that single. Oh, that was in no ball. That's true. That was in no ball. That's second delivery. So it's 13 without loss. Blazing start here. Projected score already at 390. And this one is off the edge, and it should beat the man at third man. That's intelligently played there by Walton. Using the pace, no slip in position. And that is for a high run smashing 4.
Yes, delicately smashed to the boundary there. Very intelligent cricket. And that is what you get from these, experienced players. Chadwick has basically gone around the world playing in various leagues. And he certainly understands, being able to score in different areas of the ground. When to use brute force and when a little bit of finesse is required.
So Williams under early pressure here. This one wide, cut away. Will challenge the boundary again. Gets there now. Just easing that one into the gap. Didn't really put much effort into it. Just ensuring that he got the placement. It's another 4, high run 4. And that's 21 without loss after just 4 legal deliveries.
Yes, another lovely shot here from Walton. I mean, we have seen some very classy shots from Walton, especially through the offside. You know, it's a good example. It's good for players to see, you know, that the offside is just as accessible for boundaries as the leg side is.
Absolutely. And you just need to keep your base, place the ball in the gap, especially when you have some pace to work with. And this outfield is very quick. Saucer-shaped ground here, so it runs off. Once it passes, this is a square, it picks up speed on the way to the boundary. 21 without loss after 5 deliveries. Walton on 14 off 5. Right, Sean Williams, single off his solitary delivery. This one is 4 runs again. This one is a lovely shot. A high run smashing 4. And it seems as if so far, Chadwick is getting the better of Keswick one more time.
Yes, the plan there from Keswick just seemed to be, you know, to bowl in that 4th stump area. I'm sure that he would have wanted, you know, to be a little bit fuller in length, you know, draw the batsman forward without offering up any drives. Or in a bit on the short side, and Chadwick, you know, taking full advantage. A couple of lovely shots there to point, and not the start that the Rangers would have wanted.
Absolutely not, especially when they're trying to win and win big. An over like that means that even if you win, once they keep this momentum, the divers, that it's difficult for you to get a big victory if they get a reasonable score. And with this first over, it's a very good platform to start for them, as we have Kenneth Demba, I would say, bowling from his correct end, the southern end, bowling to Sean Williams. He's bowling with a long on and a deep mid wicket, as has been customary for many of the spinners in this competition. And we have some children coming onto the ground. And Jaron John will escort the young lady off the field. I think I recognize the little boy. I think
you reckon she wanted a piece of Keswick Williams as well?
Maybe. Who knows? He has not had the best of tournaments and has come in for some punishment in the tournament.
I'm sure she wanted to bring him some encouragement.
Yes, she's probably coming from the Rangers section. Some Rangers fans sitting there in the Mike Finley Pavilion. This one tugged away to the man at mid-wicket. Because it's cut away, they won't challenge his arm. So single. Williams doing the smart thing here as well. We saw it from Rodrigo Thomas in a previous game, where when Chadwick got away to a good start, what Thomas did is ensure that Chadwick got most of the deliveries to face. And that's smart cricket.
Very smart cricket.
This one, he's running it down. Excellent feeling there by John. If that had beaten him, would have gotten to the boundary. There's no way that you chase anything in that direction here, man.
No, and I think Chadwick, you know, has picked up on that. You know, you get good value for your shots over the turf as well as aerially. So he is playing pretty orthodox cricket shots and is able to score as fast as anyone else.
This one hit uppishly, dropping just short of Fletcher there in the covers. Single taken. Williams was looking to punch that one through the covers for 4. Not finding a gap. 28 without loss.
And another single that gets Walton back into strike.
This one is turned in the gap. Should get for 2. Yes, should get it comfortably. Feel it there by the man at mid-wicket. Sorry, backward square leg. Gerald Edwards. So already up to 30. Driven. And it's true Fletcher, poor feeling there. He really should have stopped that one. And that's another boundary to Chadwick. It's a Hyrule smashing for 34 without loss after 1.5.
Definitely smashed that one. Burst through the hands of Fletcher and it didn't seem to take much pace off of it at all. It still raced to the rope. Lovely shot there from Walton.
So Walton is looking to access the offside against the off spin. And that's something that we have seen from a lot of the batsmen in the tournament so far. Good line and length on this occasion. Flatter delivery as well by Demba. So keeps it to a dot delivery. 34 without loss after 2.
Yes, Demba realizing there that the batsmen fancy that offside. Just finishing off with that one that is tight on the body line, tight on leg stump, asking them to hit where the deep fielders are, which I think was the plan all along. But probably just giving a bit too much width on those couple of occasions and allowing the batsmen to free their arms through the offside.
Yes, and Prasad is going to come in again from his correct end, I would say. And after that first over, Demba going for 9 runs in the second over. Not a bad over there from him in the context of what had preceded him. And now Prasad, he'll be bowling from the former airport end. And they have employed a 6-3 field, something that they have done a few times when Prasad has bowled. And he bowls a short one, and that is, well, you could say it's a front foot pull there from Ryshawn Williams over square leg. And that field, I think, is floating up with a lot of danger.
Yes, Williams, I think, just picked up that short length. And, he bent that back leg, got the leverage to get it over the square leg area where the fielder is in the circle.
Dot delivery on this occasion, so.
Better length here from Prasad. A touch fuller, forcing the batsman to play up.
And this is a Hyrule smashing 6. 2 full there by Prasad. And Williams, he just lifted that one nonchalantly over long on for a beautiful 6.
Margin for error in the power play. For spinners especially, it's very slim. Right? First one was a touch on the short side. Got under it, got it over square leg. The second one was just about where he would want it. Turned out to be a dot delivery. Third one, a touch too full. And getting into the arc of Williams, who I'm sure is familiar with Prasad, both Barbadian players. So there may not be much of a mystery there in terms of Prasad bowling to Williams.
And Williams himself is a left-arm spinner, has bowled several left-arm spin overs, left-arm orthodox overs in the tournament so far. So that adds to the element of familiarity in terms of mode of operation. This time he goes down the ground for another Hyrule smashing 6. This one not off the middle as the last one, but it flew sufficiently over long on for 6. And the 50 is up in the third over. 52 without loss. And already 3 6s in this over. And Prasan is under a lot of pressure.
I remember in the first few games when teams got to 50 within the power play, it was something we were in awe about. But now it almost seems to be the game plan for some of these teams to get to 50, 55 of the power play overs.
Yes, and they have another over and a delivery to go. And this one is a better shot. That's a magnificent shot over long off. A Hyrule smashing 6. That was a lovely shot. He just opened up his body, cleared the front leg, and went with the spin. That's a very good shot there by Williams.
Yes, this one just tossed up a little bit outside off. The previous couple were a bit straighter. This one probably about fourth stump. And William just opening up and depositing that over the long off area where there is no fielder back there to to contest that. He would not have been in the equation in any case, but a very lovely shot to finish that over.
So Williams taking 4 sixes of that Prasad over. 24 runs to him. What an over that was. As we have Demba now continuing to Walton. This one is flatter. Looking for that mid and leg line, but just erring a bit down the leg side. So it seems as if that would be his ploy. As Chadwick is looking to go through and over the offside for the most part. Again down the leg side. Another wide delivery.
Yes, Chadwick just getting inside the stump there to help that one along. Make the decision easier for the umpire. Also throw Demba off of that plan to bowl him tight on leg stump.
This time he gets it more or less where he had wanted it. Gets a single, does Chadwick. So it's 61 without loss after 3.1 overs in one of the games that the Breakers played. I think their game yesterday. They got to 18-1 off just 4 overs in the power play. Magnificent striking going at over 20 runs and over.
Yes, we have seen some big strikes. Some lusty blows.
This time he turns this one nicely, but the man at square leg went intercept. Edwards. Single taken, 62 without loss. So Demba after those 2 wides initially, I think he might not mind going for a wide or 2, just as long as he restricts the boundaries. He's trying not to get them to access the offside. Single taken. Oh, that should have been closer. Didn't really attack the ball on that occasion, did Atticus?
No, the feelers on the offside, they are stuck on the ring. I'm wanting to be able to move left or right to cut off anything because they know that as long as it beats that circle, there's no catching it.
This time he punches it off the back foot, does Ryshawn Williams. So a good recovery so far in the over from Demba. 4 singles after those 2 wides.
Are we seeing a deliberate effort here to keep Demba out of the wicket? I haven't seen any real aggressive intent from either batsman in this over so far.
Maybe so. Yes, they're looking. Seems as if they're looking to rotate him. He has been, since his return, the best bowler for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So they would be mindful of that. They also know that he's a Windward Islands off spinner. Has bowled well in the West Indies competitions this season. Another wide as he tries to execute that leg stump plan. So 64, is it, or 65? 65 without loss. Final delivery of the power play. Turns it for a single again. Fielded there by Katoy. And that's the end of the power play. At the end of the power play, it is 66 without loss. The Grenadines divers, Ryshawn Williams on 29 of only 11 deliveries. Chadwick Walton on 28 of 14 deliveries.
Yes, 66. Allenson, is that acceptable?
I think they would take that, especially because it's 66 without loss. I think they're seeing that both batsmen are looking in good nick, and they would want to go as far into the innings as possible to really put some serious pressure on the vaunted batting lineup of the Botanical Gardens Rangers when they come to bat.
All right, in the previous game, we saw strikers getting to 133. It looked quite formidable on probably until the very last over when Tiller and Harry showed what was possible. What do you think is a good score here?
Well, the pitch definitely looks good in good condition after what we saw in that first game. I'll get back to it after this delivery. Okay, so he aborts his run. I would say that they need, based on where they are now, I don't think they'll be comfortable if they don't pass 140. Based on where they are now. But I think that 130 region is where they should be looking at. But with this start, they should be aiming for 140. Lots of turn there from Kotoy. Yeah, some persons calling for wide down inside the for wide down inside the stands. This one turned prodigiously actually. Floating with that wide line.
Plan is clear here from Kotoy.
This one is hit down to the man at long on. Should only be a single. So, not a bad start here from Kotoy. Looking to keep them wide off stump, not wanting them to access the leg side, hitting with the wind and to the shorter boundary.
We see Ryshawn Williams taking what looks like an off stump guard. Clearly he has picked up on the plan from the non-strikers end.
This time he goes over long off for another high run smashing six. And he's loving these spinners. And so far in the tournament, watching him bat, I can remember most of his boundaries have come against the slow bowling. So he seems to favor the slow bowlers.
Yes, hitting with the tone over the bowler's left shoulder. Long off is in play, but that one was too straight for him.
This time Kotoy shortens the length, but they're able to get a single off the bottom edge. As you were saying, 74 without loss after 4.5.
Yes, I was just commenting on the placement of that boundary. He hit with the spin, but still too straight to bring the long off who's in position in Kenneth Demba to bring him into play.
I think Kotoy wanted to see what he had in mind there. Chadwick. Not a bad over from him so far. 8 without loss. Sorry, none for 8, sorry, after 5 deliveries. And this one is punching off the back foot. So a single to end the over. It will be 9 runs off the over. And after 5 overs, they are 75. So they're going at 15 runs and over, which means that if they continue at that rate, they're on target for 150.
Yes, and we see Chadwick just content to rotate, take the single and get Williams on strike. In this case, he himself would face the first delivery of the next over. But the intent here seems to be very clear for these two batsmen to bat as deep into the 10 overs as possible.
Yeah, that's the plan, obviously. And there's a changing bowling. Demba, of course, has finished his quota of 2 overs. And so they're going to introduce Atticus Brown, who has done a lot of bowling, in my opinion, in this tournament. Way more than I would have thought that he would have done at the beginning of the tournament.
I think from the draft, the intention was to select him as a bowling all-rounder more than a batsman, which we know him as typically quite a talented left-handed batsman, but a very useful off-spinner as well.
Looking to hit that one over long off initially, but going down to the man at long on. Chadwick now is off strike, 31 from 19 he is. But Ryshawn Williams going at almost 300 strike rate. He's on 36 off 13, comes into strike. This one a bit flatter. Not much bounce on that delivery from Atticus. Wasn't able to get a hold of it, Ryshawn. This time he goes down the pitch, hits it hard down the ground, and that is 4 runs. That's a high run smashing 4. Quick evasion taken there by umpire Byam.
Yes, advanced down the wicket. I think Atticus saw him coming, pulled it down into the pitch, and Williams just went through the line with some power as well. Umpire Byam having to skip out of the way there.
Advancing down the pitch. Good use of the feet. Nice nimble footwork, but straight to the man at long on. Demba, single taken. So they have shown a lot of intent in this over, but so far Atticus, he has kept them to 6 from 4 deliveries. How will he close it out now of the last 2? Dot delivery. So good bowling so far from Atticus.
I think Walter needs to show a little bit more intent here. Williams clearly is carrying the scoring, but at this point, right, to maintain that 15 runs per over, that they would want at least 14 to get to 140, which we deem to be a good score. Both Walton and Williams need to show intent.
Absolutely, I'm in 100% agreement with that. This is a 6th over, and they have all 10 wickets in hand. Single taken, so it's 82 without loss after 6 overs. So 24 deliveries left. The projected score has dipped a little bit to 138, but I think that's around the vicinity of where they want to get, 130, 140. I think they'll feel that they're in with a good chance. If they fall below that, I think that they would think that they have a chance still, but they would have to work a bit harder in their defense of the total. So Katoy will continue from the former airport end, used to be called the airport end, but of course the E.T. Joshua Airport now not in use for that purpose. All flights transferred to the Argyle International Airport since 2017, or February 2017. Katoy will be bowling now to Walton. There's a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, long on, long off, deep extra cover. Ring of 3 from point to short third man and a short fine leg.
Yeah, so the plan clearly here is, to use the wicket, keep it wide of off stump, maybe encourage a cut shot. You see the protection there.
Yes, this one is swept. Was looking for that slog sweep, got on the bottom edge, inner half of the bat, and was only able to get one down to long on. 84 without loss. Raishawn now on strike. Goes down the ground, off the edge, will evade the man. They're looking for 2, and they get it comfortably in the end. It was always going to evade him, but maybe he could have stopped the 2. But that was a good delivery there because he had some turn, got the outside edge.
Yeah, I think Williams there is still minded to hit down the ground and over the leg side. I think that was full enough, had he been open to going over cover, with the turn. Even though there's a feeling that in that position, I think that would have still been a higher percentage shot.
This time he goes down to long off. Should be fielded by Demba. Well, fielded there by him. What we have noticed from Katoy, though, is that he's bowling a good enough length where it's full enough that they're not able to get under it so easily. And so, so far in the over, he has kept them relatively quiet. This time it's a full toss. And he goes too full. I've been speaking about the fact that he's keeping it full enough that they can't get under it. But this time, over pitches, full toss, Hyrule cracking 6.
Yes, Walton advancing there, getting that one at a good height, getting enough leverage on it as well to get it over the leg side. Koto, I think, they're both on line and length. That was much straighter. That was probably down the line of the middle stump. And certainly overpitched.
Yes, maybe he thought that he could outfox the batsman after they may have been getting accustomed to his line outside the off stump.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Alanson.
Agreed.
I think if anything, he could have pulled back the length, try to force the batsman into a cut shot. Certainly very unlikely that they would be cut for 6. And you have 2 men in that backward point region patrolling to cut off any short shot.
This time, Chadwick plays that inside-out shot that you were calling for, but uppish initially, but well short of the extra cover on the boundary. Gets 1 to Primus on the boundary. So Katoa with the final delivery of his spell. And Williams brings up his 50 with a 6. He advances down the pitch, knows that Katoa is looking to bowl that full wide line and getting it to turn even further. And by advancing, he was able to get it on the full, as Chadwick did earlier in the over. And that brings up the century without loss for the Grenadines divers.
Yes, we spoke about this team on paper and what they could be capable of doing, and here they're showing us exactly what it is they're capable of. 100 without loss, exactly 100 after 7 overs. Ryshawn Williams 50 off 19 deliveries, and Chadwick Walton, you could almost say a very sedate 40 off 24 balls.
Yes, and Ryshawn's 50 came up off 19 deliveries, as he mentioned. 1-4, but 6 sixes. And this one is off the back foot. It's aerially hit. Excellent effort there by Ravindra Prasad. Unable to get there. Goes into the boundary for another high run smashing 4. And I think from this point on, the floodgates are now open and they'll be going extremely hard.
Oh, certainly. I don't think there would be any nudges for a single from this point. Any singles would have to come from miscued attempts at 6s.
Looking to swing that over the leg side. Early call there from... Oh, that may have been close with a direct hit. They're looking for an extra. Turns him back. Good decision in the end. I don't think he would have made that one.
Yes, he overran somewhat on the first one, and though he was sprinting through for the second one, by the time he was turned back, he might have been 2 or 3 feet outside of the crease.
He was looking to swing that way over the leg side. The first ugly shot you have seen from Walton in his innings so far. Williams, who looks in fine form, goes down the ground straight, and that's another high run smashing 4. It's an excellent shot. And we have spoken about the way that he's playing the spinners. He goes deep into the crease when he's going off the back foot, and he advances down the pitch. Looks a good all-round player, especially against the spinners.
Yes, and it's a bit of awareness there as well. Mid-off and long on, very wide apart, leaving a big gap straight down the wicket.
This time he's beaten outside the off stump by that one by Atticus, almost bowling him. But as we said, they're not going to be taking any prisoners. They're going after everything from here on. They have all 10 wickets in hand. They're also in a position in the table where they have absolutely nothing to lose. And this time he goes over long on for a period there. It seemed as if he didn't get a good enough contact on it. But it's another high run smashing 6 for Ryshawn Williams on 60 now off 22 deliveries.
Yes, very skillful batting here. He has used the depth of his crease on previous deliveries, himself and Chadwick. Very aware that the bowler might be trying, to get it a shade fuller to make that shot difficult. And then he advances down the track and gets to the pitch and finishes with a lovely flourish over long out.
This one is hit, but should be cut off straight to Primus at mid-wicket. Well, I'm sure must be thinking now that I would have a lot of batting to do in chasing a big score here. At the end of the 8th over, it's 116 without loss. Walton is on 44 of 26 deliveries. Ryshawn Williams on 61 of 23, going at close to 300 strike rate. And the projected score now is building up again. And they have 2 overs remaining. How many can they get to, Miles?
Well, I will wait to see who will bowl this over. It looks to be Ravindra Prasad. And if it is Prasad, I would say that the 140, 150 maybe on here. I personally would have liked to see the captain Keswick coming back at this point. Williams has shown a liking for spin bowling. He has had the better of Prasad in his earlier over.
So this time he goes off the back foot, doesn't carry to anyone on the boundary, goes over the top of Keswick at point, and 2 runs taken there by Williams. But he's definitely looking to open up the offside as there's a deep extra cover, a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, the identical feel to what we saw from Katoy when he was bowling from this end.
Yeah, so the plan here for Prasad is clear. He's going to keep them wide of the off stump, keep them back pitch as well. And we have an appeal for stumping. Wide was the plan, wide it was, wide called by the umpire, and now we await the decision of the third umpire as to whether...
He seems to be short there, but we'll wait on the official decision from the third umpire. It was referred by the man at square leg. You can see the bails are up there and he has not gotten back yet on that frame. So yes, the red light comes on, so he has been stumped. A massive wicket there by Prasad, but an excellent innings from Raishawn Williams. 63 from only 24 deliveries has really added some significant impetus to this innings.
Certainly, and the divers may wonder whether or not this is a strategy that they employed a little bit late in the cut. But it's hard to say, given the exploits of Thomas, who would have done reasonably well partnering with Walton at the top. But certainly a good innings here, a good show of his talent here from Raishawn Williams. But well bowled by Prasad as well, sticking to the plan. And even though he conceded a wide, he took a very important wicket.
So with the left arm spinner in action, promotion here for Benetton Stapleton. So some thought process, interesting thought process going into what the decisions of the divers are, but I think it's a good decision.
Oh, certainly. It is something that I've said that the divers, may have underused Benetton Stapleton. I'm very, very aggressive against spin bowling in particular. And I thought that he could have been used much like this.
It's a high run, cracking 6, 1 ball, 1 6 for Benetton. And of course, that's in his favor, left arm spin to him. And as you said, he's a murderous player of spin bowling.
Yes, again, it shows that, a little bit more thought, and a little bit more strategy. The divers could have definitely been one of the contenders for the qualifying round of this tournament.
And it's in the air again, but it's going to clear the man at long on. High over for a high run maximum. It's a high run cracking 6. And he's on 12 off 2. He's striking at 600. And there's going to be a conference here. It looks like Fletcher is going to have a word with Prasad. Maybe a meeting of the cabinet. But...
yes, all of the local players would know of Benetton that he is very dangerous against spin bowling. So plans are usually to bowl seamers at him. Try to get it up above waist height, because if it's full, he can hit it a long way just the same. But spin bowling, there's hardly any way that you can bowl to keep it out of his reach.
It's a very strong young man. This one beaten outside the off stump, flat delivery, but fast, but wide, and called by umpire Graves.
Yes, very tight call there. Line belonged to the umpire.
There or thereabouts. This one is down the ground. Catch it, Miles. Falls just short of us here in the commentary box. It's a high run, cracking 6. And my voice will crack soon if I keep saying this today.
Yes, this is what Benetton does. This is what he is capable of. And, I've I've kept saying that the Grenadines divers, their position on the table certainly is no reflection of the talent that they have in their team.
Another wide, trying to keep away from that swinging arc of Stapleton. Maybe hoping that he gets a little outside edge on that and it just loops to one of these persons on the offside. And there, that is what is exactly going to happen now. Harper is after it. He takes the catch. So good thinking there by Ravi. I mean, the end takes the wicket, but has the damage been done? It's already 139 on the board. And the over hasn't finished. And there's another over remaining.
Yes, Benetton Stapleton has done his job in my estimation. Came specifically because the left arm spinner was employed. And of 5 balls, he got 4 sixes? 3 sixes in 4 balls. Right, so definitely did the job that was asked of him and has propelled the divers to what is already a very formidable total.
Yes, and they're with a chance of actually getting the biggest total so far for the tournament. So a team that was winless after their first 5 and really at the bottom of the table, in a position now where they may end up having the biggest score of the tournament if they're able to finish strongly here in these last few deliveries.
Dean Brown, another very capable hitter of the ball.
And that one has been put down there by, it looks like, Jaron John. Easy catch in the end, but let it slip. But sometimes when you're under the pump, these things can happen.
Yes, I sense a bit of complacency there from John. Wasn't hit with any ferocious power. Dean Brown didn't get most of it by any means. Pretty much lobbed all the way out there to him. And you know, he has taken 1,000 of those catches. And probably a bit of complacency just crept in there, and that one slipped through. But 2 more runs to the divers, taking them to 140 for 2.
Yes, 140 for 2. They already have a good score, and this is the last over now will be bowled by Williams. He'll be bowling to Dean Brown. Walton is off strike. And I think Dean Brown's job here would be to get Walton on strike. He's already on 40 odd. And of course, it's a matchup that he favors. He got a lot of those 40 runs actually against Keswick in his first over. And he goes over the onside, but it wouldn't go far enough. Excellent catch there by Primus. Well judged catch. And as I was saying, I think Dean Brown should have given, it's always a one or the other kind of thing. Tempting because he himself is a big hitter, but I think because the man is in and the caliber of the batsman, that he really should have given the strike over to Walton.
Yes, and previously you would take the chance to hit the 6 because the batsman would cross and the non-striker would be on strike. But since the change in the rules, the non-striker, the new batsman will have to face.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So it's no longer a case where you can attempt to hit the 6, and if you don't get through, all you need to do is cross.
Yeah.
Right? So now we would see Asif, who is a new batsman, Asif Hooper, the captain, coming in, would be taking strike.
So some lovely drone shots here of the Arnesville playing field from our team at ITFX SVG. And has been quite dry here in St. Vincent actually. So if you've seen some brown in the grass, and then that would be why. We're in the height of the dry season here. As Williams comes in, single, should be. They're looking for 2, but Asif says, no man, there's absolutely no way that you're coming back up to the non-strikers end.
Yes, Walton ran hard for the first one, just to look at whether or not the 2 was on. But certainly the better scenario here for the divers would be for Walton to finish. Right? And here we have, again, a very ill-timed extra I think the intent would be the same regardless to if it were a legal delivery or no ball. But obviously Walton would happy not to be able to get out.
Yes, and a 6 here will get him to 50. And he goes to 50 with that shot. It's a full toss. It's a Harun cracking 6. And Walton can raise his bat for another 50 in this competition. I think it's his 4th 50. So he has been having an excellent time here.
Yes, it started pretty slow. A few innings up front where he wasn't able to get going. But once he got that inning, you know, every batsman would, you know, just like to get that first score, you know, out of the way that, you know, announces themselves in a tournament. And I think he has only had one score, you know, that wasn't of note since that very first score that he got.
Absolutely. So what would Keswick do now? Excellent Yorker. They're looking for 2. Won't get it. Grimace in there is Williams. And some byplay there between Wayne Harper and his local skipper Asif. Is it another no ball, Miles?
Apparently so. And Williams, I mean, someone of his caliber and experience, level of professionalism, you know, you would expect better from him.
I think that he will not be able to finish the over based on what we're seeing here. He's going to go off. Felt something after he bowled at Yorker. Was stretching earlier in the over as well. Heard him speak at length during the toss about the different injuries within their squad.
Yes, and he would not want to risk himself. I mean, this, albeit they have an opportunity to finish second in the table, I would expect that with this score, you know, those hopes would have dwindled. I mean, victory here is a hard enough task, far less being able to, you know, to overhaul that score quickly enough to get a net run rate that would eclipse the Hikers. So he definitely would want to preserve himself. He wouldn't want to risk it. As it stands, they are likely to finish 4th, and it means then that they would have to play at least 2 games before they can get into the finals if they can get there. So he needs to ensure that he keeps himself in play.
So wide delivery there, very wide, but good take there by Wayne Harper behind the stumps.
And as we see Andrew Fletcher coming in to finish this over, has to bowl the free hit.
And that has gone a long way for Harun cracking 6. And now with the leg spinner in action, Asif Hooper on strike. So things working out well based on how things are going here for the Divers. And I think with that 6, they have gone to the highest ever score in the Dream 11 VPL in all 5 editions thus far.
So beating a record that was set in this edition, certainly the bar has been risen here in VPL5.
Yes, they are 157. Can they get to 160? The Hikers got to 156. Good delivery on that occasion into the crease, not allowing him to get under it. So not a bad delivery there from Fletcher at all. 158 for 2. For 3, actually. Dean Brown also dismissed, so 158 for 3. And Walton goes over the onside for a big 6. And it is the end of the innings. They have scored 164 for 3. And it has really been a hammering here by the Grenadines divers versus there was a no ball there, was it? Or a miscount of the deliveries, and I think there's one more left.
Yes, the umpires had it right. I think Walton and Asif just miscounted.
And that is another 6. So it is 170. Oh my word.
And the divers here making a statement that even though they may be at the they may be at the bottom of the table, they are by no means minnows in this tournament. The highest score ever in VPL history.
Yes, 170 for 3. Oh my word. It means that they would need 17.1 runs and over from the first ball in that chase. Oh, what a chase that would be. The Rangers will have to be careful when they come to chase, though, because if they are falling behind, they have to be careful that they don't suffer. Well, it doesn't matter anymore because it is assured that they will finish 3rd or 4th. It is unlikely that they will surpass the Hikers. They would have to get this 171 in less than 10 overs. We'll give you the exact figure soon after our statisticians do some calculations. But what an innings we have just witnessed there, Miles.
Yes, certainly a very good start from Ryshan Williams. He set the tempo. Well, you could argue that Chadwick Walton set the tempo in that very first over against Keswick Williams. Then Ryshan Williams took over as soon as the attack became predominantly spin. And Walton just played second fiddle, rotated the strike, got Williams back into strike. And then we saw Benetton Stapleton, who came in specifically because the left arm spinner was being employed, and he got a few lusty blows there. Certainly did his job. And Walton and Hooper finished off with a flourish to get them to that VPL record score of 170 for 3. Right, so Ryshan Williams opening the batting for the first time with Chadwick Walton. He got 63 of 24 balls, 2 4s and 7 6s. Chadwick Walton ending as well on 63 from 29 balls, 5 4s and 5 6s. 63 not out, that is. Benetton Stapleton, 18 from 4 balls, 3 6s, and then that delivery that got him out. Dean Brown, 1 run from 2 balls. Asif Hooper, 8 not out from 3 balls.
Yes, and looking at the bowling for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, you can basically, turn off the broadcast now if you're a Rangers fan, because this bowling card is not going to sound good. Keswick Williams, 1.2 overs. I'm walking off injured. 1 for 35 in his 1.2 overs. Demba, the pick of the bowlers, 2 overs, none for 17. Ravindra Prasad, 2 overs, 2 for 48. Kieran Kotoy, 2 overs, none for 26. Atticus Brown, 2 overs, none for 23. Andre Fletcher, 4 deliveries to end off that final over that Keswick had started, none for 20. So I used the word carnage in one of the earlier games, but I think that this has gone beyond that. 117 10 overs. Oh my goodness. What have we just witnessed here at the Arnesville playing field? I'm not too sure what I'll call it, but I'll have some thought about it before we come back. We'll have the chase. The Botanical Gardens Rangers will be in need of 171 runs, while I think of an adjective to describe what we have just seen. We'll be right back.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give me the cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, don't give me the cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire what you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
Welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field. You could see all the hills in the surrounding areas there in the background of your footage. The traffic coming across the runway, the former Arnorsville E.T. Joshua Airport. And my, we have just witnessed 170 for 3 by the Grenadines divers in their total. I was looking forward and I found this one. They have been absolutely massacred. The Botanical Gardens Rangers bowlers. I was looking for a lot of superlatives and I couldn't find any. But I think that one evokes the right description of the scenes that we had in the first innings, as the Rangers now will come out in pursuit of 171 for victory. They will need to get it in 8.1 overs in order to surpass the Hikers strike rate. And with me in the studio, this is Alanson Cruikshank, with me in the studio here as we look at this game now is Miles Bascom. Good afternoon again, Miles.
Good afternoon. And if the Rangers are to get anywhere close to this, it would be some very good hitting as well.
Absolutely. And I think with that dot ball, the run rate may have moved from 17 to 18. Such is the level of the score that was made in the first innings. And Kotoa is away. Initially, he would get that for 4. Yes, 1 bounce. So he's off and going. And with a 4 of the first delivery, it's a high-run smashing 4. Second delivery, sorry. The first delivery was defended.
Yes, he took a sighter, and based on the score, that is all you get as a sighter, 1 ball, and he is on his way. Very good shot, good use of the feet, hitting over the offside where the field is up inside the circle. Not much spin here from Asif.
Yeah, he just having a look to see what he was about to do. Not giving away his hand there was Kotoy as we get ready for the third delivery. Goes over the man at mid-off one more time. 1 bounce, a high-run smashing 4. That one is a bit too full from Asif.
Yes, and Kotoy stepped across to the offside, seemed to be intent on hitting the ball across into the leg side. But based on the full length there and the position that the field is in, he opted to take the safe route over the 30-yard circle and a very smart batting there by Kotoy.
So, run up aborted again.
Field change here. We see long off going back and mid off coming up in the circle.
This one is hit down the ground, should go for another 4. A high run smashing 4. And so they're almost up with the rate early here in the first over.
Yes, very sensible batting here from Kotoy. As if pulling back his length, and Kotoy just tugging that down the other side of the pitch, straight enough to beat the mid-on who has come into the circle and running away to the boundary.
This time he goes over mid-wicket. A man there, it's over his head. Just enough on it to clear Westwick straw. So it's 18 without loss in the first over. They're up with the rate. They're going at 21.6. They require 16.69.
And the Spiceman has not faced the ball as yet.
And I think that is by design. They have opted to have Kotoy face the first over, which is a spin over. And the Spiceman will be at the other end unless he gets a single off this delivery. Goes into the gap that time, and it's gone all the way. It's a Harun cracking 6 off the first over, 24 runs, and the chase is really on the way. And are we in for something special here this afternoon, Miles Bascom?
Well, it's certainly off to that type of start, and very sensible batting here by Katoy. That last one in particular, very well placed. To the left of the fielder who is short at mid-on, and to the right of the fielder who is deep at mid-wicket. Beautifully hit into the gap. A very measured shot. Didn't tug it by any means. Just looking for that placement and had enough timing to take it just over the rope.
Yes, a quality cricket shot, that last one. As Fletcher will be on strike to Richie Richards, who has done well for the Divers in this tournament. Has taken a few wickets. According to my statistics here, he has taken 7 wickets along with Reswick Straw. Dean Brown has 9 for the bowling team. They will need wickets here because even though the rate is astronomical, they have kept up with it so far. Good feeling there by Captain Hooper in the covers.
We see Fletcher again opting to open up that offside as opposed to hitting to the deep fielders on the leg side.
This one has been hit for 6. And so it has begun. Sahirun cracking 6. It's 30 without loss. And we're in the midst of the second over.
Four teams have already qualified for the knockout round, and this is the final game of the preliminary round. But certainly, there is still some sting left in this final game of the preliminary round.
Definitely. Hit down the ground straight. Passes Dean Brown, so it's gone for Harun smashing for it. Was hit very hard. Dean Brown will be slightly disappointed because he got there in the end, he dived over it. So he'll be disappointed with that effort. Usually a very good fielder.
Fletcher seemed quite content with the power that he was able to get through that shot. He made no attempts to get a single there. He felt that he had hit it well enough to beat the fielder, which it did eventually. The Rangers have recognized here that in order to stand any chance of chasing down the score, they would need to have a very good power play.
Absolutely. Probably the best of the tournament they would need. They have already gotten 50 off 2 overs in one of the games, 51 off 2 overs. And this has been hit for another Harun cracking 6. Richie under the pump here in the second over. And the decision to bowl off spin in the second over is backfiring so far.
Yes, it is a very curious thing. When we see Fletcher dropping gloves, bat, helmet, doesn't seem to be okay.
It seems as if he's holding his back. May have just swung himself into a bad position on that last shot. Gives the Divers a much needed opportunity to consult. See a cabinet meeting there, all the ministers in that meeting.
Led by the man in the blue cap.
Yes.
Chadwick Walton, who would have just eased to the top of the leaderboard with 300 runs. Right after his knock of 63 from 29 balls. 320 runs, I stand corrected. 63 from 29 balls, and he is now at the top of the pack and the wearer of that Sandals blue cap.
Additionally, it's the highest ever runs that has been scored by a batsman in any VPL tournament, surpassing 306 by Romano Pair in VPL3. And I think that there are others who will cross the 300 mark based on the way things are set up now, Miles.
Certainly. This VPL5, has certainly raised the bar. We've seen it. Well, we've seen a record score here that is eclipsing a previous record that was set in this edition as well. And now the most ever runs scored by an individual player in any VPL tournament, Chadwick Walton, wearing that Sandals blue cap. And it would be very difficult to say that he would be the one wearing it at the end of the tournament.
Yes, we definitely cannot tell. He has done himself no harm by getting 63 today. He only has one more game after today, though. And some of the others have a few more, those who are on the teams that have qualified. And just a slight delay here. And some attention was being given to Fletcher after he played that last shot that went for 6. Maybe this is something that may help the divers just to reinforce their plans, get themselves, that effect of a splash of water in the face to wake them up out of what has just happened for us over and a bit.
Yes, and this is one of the benefits of bowling, spin bowling. It requires that the batsmen generate their own power, right? And Fletcher does pack quite a huge punch, but in doing so seems to have done himself a bit of harm. But he is up and he is facing again. So we would see what the effect of that might be.
He goes over the offside this time, inside out, and that's 6, but he's on his hunches again after that 6. And the question now would be, if he continues to be feeling this pain, is it worth it? Because they have some games coming up that are absolutely essential for them to win.
Yeah, so another. Yes, and there seems to be a signal from Fletcher that he would be packing it up probably after the completion of this over. If he doesn't get out, that is.
Appeal for stumping there. Good quick work there by Hackshaw. Fletcher slowed down a bit by his injury, hampered there in terms of his movement. But interesting to see if he would be dismissed here of this delivery. Outside of the crease now. So the decision has come back from the third umpire. Stumped was Fletcher of that delivery. 46 now for 1. So Richie Richards, although he's been struck for 22, gets the wicket in the end. And maybe it was a wicket that was worth 22 to get. After you made 170, maybe you can afford to get a wicket for 22.
Well, I wonder if Fletcher had planned to come out at the end of the over. Maybe he was better served, going in at that point. He was only risking, further injury to himself, and of course his wicket by batting another couple of delivery. But that brings Roshan Primus to the wicket. Certainly someone who, if he gets going, this run chase will definitely remain on the cards until he is out.
Absolutely. We have seen him hit the biggest 6 that I have ever seen at the Annesville playing field, clearing that media center at the opposite end. Not even hitting the roof, but going just clear over that and beyond into the great abyss. I think that a measurement on that would be in excess of 130 meters for sure.
Certainly the biggest 6 I have ever seen myself at the Annesville playing field.
So Dean Brown bowling to Kotoy. Good delivery, beaten outside the off stump. And Dean Brown here would have to put his hand up for his team. He'll be under pressure. He'll know that these two pack a punch, especially Primus, and they'll be coming at him.
There's a very interesting field. The two fielders out. Third man on the boundary, pretty wide. And a deep mid wicket. So mid on and mid off up in the circle. Fine leg up in the circle. What is the plan here, Alanson?
I'll get back to it after this delivery. This one has been hit over square leg. Will it get there? Yes, it does. The man was on the boundary, but he was at mid wicket. So good placement in the end by Katoy. I think his plan is really to bowl outside off stump based on the field set. However, if he's going to bowl outside off stump and quite wide of off stump, then I think, well, maybe he has a twofold plan where he's looking for that wideish full delivery, but his change-up will be a slower delivery, and that's probably why he still has the deep mid-wicket. I think that might be what he has in mind. Good delivery there, single taken. So 5 so far from the first 3 balls. In the context of what is needed, not a bad over, but it brings Roshan Primus, the big man, on strike. And I think if they get his wicket, they will be over the moon here now.
Definitely. Bulk of the Rangers' ability to get to the score rests on the shoulders of Roshan Primus.
Hits it flat, but straight to the man at mid-on. First delivery is a dot delivery. So Dean Brown having gone for 5 runs in his first 4 deliveries. Not a bad start.
Yes, and Primus has shown that he is very strong down the ground. So I think that Brown is opting to bowl that back of a length, forcing him to hit a cross-batted shot into the leg side.
Excellent wide Yorker there. Good thinking there. It was also a slower delivery. So good thinking there by Brown. He's one of those bowlers who he's unpredictable. If you're batting him, you're not too sure what to expect. But because he keeps changing deliveries, and in a situation like this, that actually will be an asset for him.
Yes, a mixed bag specialist is Dean Brown. And it has brought him some success in this tournament so far, being the wearer of the orange cap, the Sandals orange cap on a number of occasions.
That's pulled straight to the man at mid-wicket. Right, Sean Williams. He keeps it to 1. So a good over to start there from Dean Brown. Only 6 runs, and in the context of this match, and that's almost like a Sanders platinum over. It's almost a mid.
Certainly. Good finish here. Feel well set. Clear plan by Dean Brown. Hard lens. Deep feeler at mid-wicket. And then the use of the change-up delivery. Full and wide in one case. And short and into the pitch in another.
So it looks like it would be Westwick Straw, who usually bowls at the death, but essentially now is the death in this game because needing to score 170 odd, they have to go very hard from the inception of the innings. So Westwick Straw, he'll be bowling. There's a deep mid-wicket, and there is a long on. These are the 2 outside of the circle.
Yes, I think this is a very good strategy, very aggressive strategy. The plan here is clearly to bowl wicket-taking bowlers. The Rangers have no choice but to go hard at the power play. And the divers are well aware that the best way, to stall that flow of runs is to pick up wickets. So Westwick Straw and Dean Brown, 2 of the bowlers who have picked up the most wickets for this team, being employed here to try to stem the flow of runs.
So 2 runs taken. Good feeling there by Benetton, but just was able to knock it on just a bit further than he had wanted, so they were able to come back for the second. But a good start there from Straw, going for 2 runs. Full length delivery right at the feet of Primus.
His 2 fielders out, long on and deep mid-wicket.
That one came in off the pitch. Primus would have seen the width and would have thought, well, I could go over the offside, but I think that one beat him on the inside edge just had some inward movement, which is characteristic of Straw, just rolling his fingers over it. A little off cutter. And that one is too wide. It's cut away. One bounce four over the offside. That is where Primus will be looking because there's no one back on the offside. And that one just gave him a little bit too much room. And he was able to free his arms. And that was an easy four for him in the end. A Harun smashing four.
Yes, we have seen that Primus also, as big and powerful as he is, he does not mind hitting through the offside. In fact, he hits them quite powerfully through the offside as well.
Over the offside again. So as we said, so said, so done. Another Harun, I would say a smashing four, even though it was nowhere near the middle of his bat. 62 for 1.
Yes, just a little bit of a shimmy to the leg side, making a bit of width so that he can get his hands through to get that ball over the offside field. Straw may need to rethink his line here. Probably start a bit straighter. Probably take a little bit more pace off from a straighter line that will force him to drag it into the leg side.
Indeed. So here he comes. And that's a caught. That's a lovely catch there by Haksha. I think there's a question for Primus. He's asking if it did hit the ground. But Haksha seemed to have it covered. Let's see the replay. Haksha known to take some very acrobatic catches behind the stump. Let's look at the replay here. Off the edge. I think he had it. He had it.
Pocketed.
Yes, he had it down at the end of his glove. He has big hands as well, so he was able to grab that one. And that's a big wicket. And as you mentioned, they're looking for wickets, and that's correct. That's what they should be doing.
Yes. Straw sticking to his plan, bowling at that fourth stump, taking the pace off. Primus may have just made a little bit too much room, only being able to get to the ball with the toe end of the bat. Just enough reach to get the toe end of the bat and not enough of a diversion to elude the keeper. Very good catch there by Haksha, as you mentioned, Allenson. Very acrobatic fielder. He has taken some blinders over the course of the editions of the VPL, and this one is another one that is right up there and just as important in the context of this game.
Yes, it's definitely a massive catch in the context of this game. It's an Island Sips golden grab. Contender for that. This one, he goes down the ground. Should be caught by Dean Brown. He's not going to drop that. Slow delivery there by Straw. And that's another wicket for him. And he's in wicket-taking form, as is usually the case.
Yes, and Prasad, who has shown himself to be quite a formidable hitter of the ball as well, doesn't get going here. A slow ball very early. No time really based on the required run rate. Still above 18. And Straw again using that change of pace to with good effect, and a fairly simple catch to Dean Brown on the long on boundary.
So Katoa is still there on 29 of 9. Wayne Harper will be coming out to bat. So they'll be pleased because most of the power, I would say, of the Botanical Gardens Rangers team are back in the hut. Not all of the power, but most of it. And so the Grenadines divers will feel a bit more comfortable, especially as the rate continues to climb towards, the required rate continues to climb towards 20 or so.
Yes, certainly. I think the Grenadines divers, you are seeing some strategy being employed at this late stage of the tournament that had they contemplated earlier, they might have seen very different fortunes in terms of the results that they had. Right? We spoke about Bennett and Stapleton coming into the spin bowlers. They did it today, came off. We talk about using those wicket-taking bowlers earlier on, and here we see Straw with 2 wickets in that over.
So Bibi coming into bowl at the end of the power play. He's usually what we'll call a Yorker specialist, likes to go full. Will try out the middle of the pitch from time to time as well. He's bowling to Katoy. Aboard his run, there's a long off, there's a man at sweeper cover, an extra cover, point, short third, short fine leg, and there is a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, and come around us, below us here, there is a long on in place as well. So that's the feel to Katoy. And with this feel, what do you think he's trying to achieve here, Miles, after this delivery? Should be caught. Hit straight to Bennington Stapleton. Another big wicket. And I think that's another dagger in the heart of the Botanical Gardens Rangers in this game. Another key wicket goes down. Katoy, who had scored a delivery run 29. He goes for 29 off 10 deliveries. And definitely the Grenadine Divers fan having some things to cheer about later in the piece in the qualifying rounds, although their team did not make the final four.
Yes, and again we have seen from the Divers when they get things right, they the last game when they won, they won by a huge margin, and they are certainly looking at probably an even bigger margin in this game, right? Katoy would have been probably the last hope, given the start that he had. I think he probably could have taken a couple, just to get a sense of what BB is trying to do. BB is not really known for bowling many slower balls. He has third man and fine leg in the circle. Maybe he could have looked to exploit that and force changes in the field before he really took him on against the fielders on the boundary. But again, when you are staring down a required rate approaching 20, it doesn't leave you a lot of choices in terms of going for runs.
So Ronnie Jeffries at the crease now. Both he and Wayne Harper at the crease. They have not faced the delivery as yet. Jeffrey can hit it a long way. Big man. He has shown that in the tournament so far. Can he do something extraordinary here for his team? And snatch a victory from the massive jaws of defeat. And these jaws are like those of the great white shark here this afternoon because they are really staring down the barrel. Turns it for a single to get off the mark. Should try to get two. Decide against it, but really should have tried to get two there. When they had gotten into the crease, ball was still a few yards away from Richie.
Yes, it was a well-weighted shot into the leg side. Fielders are all the way back on the rope. And initially I thought the intent was to knock it in that area to get two. But I think Jeffrey seemed a little bit surprised when two, well, I think it should have been two. But he clearly was not looking for that. That was not the intent.
So Harper on strike for his first delivery. Looking for an almighty swing. That is not Wayne Harper. He needs to hold his shape, hit the ball down the ground. The boundaries are inviting straight. They are not huge. Straight.
Yes, and this is something that I think that a lot of the local players could take from the guys that have come into play. You see Walton and Williams earlier on. They played cricket shots.
That's a much better shot, but not in the gap, so he'll get one. And also Harper, he's not that type of player. He's an orthodox top order batsman. Hold his shape, play on nice shots, look for the gaps, time the ball because the outfield is fast, and you never know. You might see that you're scoring at a good rate. As you mentioned, a lot of the top batsmen in the competition, they have not slugged by any means. They have just played orthodox strokes either through the field or over the field. Jeffrey on strike. And he's bowling. Think he might have chopped that one on because the line was outside off stump initially. Jeffrey looking to pull that one across the line. Goes bowl to Bibi. 2 wickets now for Bibi in his first over.
Yes, Bibi has bowled quite sensibly. He has set the field back on both sides of the wicket. He has protection, and he has just opted to bowl in that good length area. You can't just hit through the line, and you can't hit across the line. This one being a prime example, and Jeffrey here trying to force it off the back foot, only able to get a bottom edge that ricocheted back onto the stump.
Yes, that's the case there. And of course, the divers now, they will be extremely pleased with the situation as the vice captain, Kenneth Demba, walks to the crease to do battle. 64 for 5. They had started promisingly. They were going quite quickly in the first couple of overs, but that shot over the onside where Fletcher seemed to have strained something in his back or in his side. Thereafter, once he was dismissed, things have really turned in favor of the Grenadine divers, and with the amount of runs that are on the board, the number of runs is really just, I suppose, a matter of time because they require over 20 runs and over already from here on.
Yes, a very tall order here for the remainder of the Botanical Gardens Rangers lineup.
So Demba to face his first delivery against his police teammate. Hits it down the ground. Should get a single, one taken.
That one seemed to rush him for pace. It was on to him a bit quicker than he anticipated.
Yes. Didn't time it at all. Came off high on the bat, close to where the sticker is. So at the end of the over, 5 overs gone, 65 for 5. They're going at 13 runs and over. But it's rare that a team will be going at 13 runs and over and still required to go at over 20 as we go down to Benava Brown, who has someone for an interview at this time.
I'm here with no stranger to the sporting arena and his area representative for East Kingstown. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. Enjoying the VPL5.
Great. I know I've seen you here last year and you were very well decked out in your Rangers shirt, and we're looking at Rangers. How are your team looking today?
Well, I thought we were going to do well. I mean, it's quite a big score to chase, and I thought we were going to do a reasonable job, but we're losing too many wickets. And I didn't wear my shirt today because I came straight from my office. I didn't get a chance to go home and change.
Well, maybe you're the lucky charm that they were missing in your shirt today.
I should have stayed at home because since I came, they started losing wickets and all that kind of stuff. But I'm dying with and actually, Divers is my second team, but I'm dying with my Rangers, man. I'm sure I am confident that we're going to be in the finals on Sunday.
How are your vibes looking here?
This is awesome. This is awesome. I think this is a great opportunity to showcase St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is top level cricket here. I mean, we got guys, regional players from across the region, as I said, some of them West Indies players and so on. So the standard is very good, and I think this is tourism, it's sports development, it's national development. We can't lose with something like this. And I want to commend the organizers, the sponsors, Dr. Shallow and all those guys in the cricket administration. I think they're doing a wonderful job.
And if anyone's considering coming out over the weekend, because the finals are on the weekend, but we have the playoffs and other interesting matches, what would you tell them?
They got to be down here. I was actually home. Well, as you can hear you can hear the fans in the background, and that's going to be me on Sunday. But I was home having lunch, a late lunch, and when I heard the kind of batting that Grenadines divers put down, I was like, Mommy, I'm going cricket. So I cut short my lunch and I rushed down here, and it's well worth it. It's a really good atmosphere. It's a good opportunity to socialize, to have some fun, to be in a positive environment. We got so many challenges going on around us these days in so many different ways. So to come out here and support good cricket, you get to see friends, meet new friends and all that. You can't go wrong. I'm encouraging everybody to come out from tomorrow the playoffs start. If you got to ask the boss for a half day off work or whatever, I think they start 12 o'clock tomorrow. Ask for that half day or take half day, no pay leave and come down. It's going to be well worth it, seriously.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bramble, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, and you keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Benava, and the area rep for the East Kingstown constituency, Honorable Fitz Bramble. And while we were away, we saw the dismissal of Wayne Harper. He was caught at long off, looking to clear the man there. So a wicket to Ryshawn Williams to back up his 63.
Certainly a contender for the man of the match already.
Absolutely, can't have any disagreements with that. As Atticus comes out to the wicket, Atticus Brown, he'll finally get an opportunity to bat some time in this innings, in this competition, sorry. Swings it, Bibi is after it, doesn't get there. Not the quickest of feelers is Bibi, and maybe a more agile fielder would have made an attempt at that one.
Yes, Bibi is a big fellow and not the most nimble. Certainly the likes of Asif himself, with that big left mitt that he seems that he seems to have, would have made a decent effort of that one.
So Demba on strike, facing Ryshawn Williams, 67 for 6, 104 runs needed in 27 deliveries. Short delivery, pulled for 6 runs. So it's a high run cracking 6 there off the bat of Demba. Takes them up to 73.
Yes, and it's rare that you see a 6 being hit and it doesn't arouse the Rangers supporters in the stand, but the task ahead is so daunting. 98 runs still required in 26 balls. They need to see a lot more of those.
And that's a second one, and that's a lot bigger than the first. Another high run cracking 6 there from Demba, showing that he can hit the ball. And he's saying, right, Sean, you hit a lot of 6s against us, and here's some back for you. Take some back for yourself.
Certainly.
It's a big slog sweep over the leg side field. That's a big hit because we are on the furthest pitch away from that side in this game. This one is punched to the offside. Excellent feeling there by skipper Asif. If it had beaten him, may have threatened the boundary.
Good adjustment there from Williams. A bit slower, a bit shorter. I'm not giving Demba that length that he would like to hike it over the leg side, forcing him to cut it through the offside. Demba still made a good hack of it, but was thwarted by the skipper in cover.
Yes, 80 for 6. As you said, rare that you'll have a team 80 for 6 hitting 6s. 80 runs after 6 overs and hitting 6s, and the fans are not really saying anything. But in the context of the fact that they need to get another 91 runs in 24 balls at over 22 runs and over, then you can imagine what went prior to that. As we said, there was a massacre of the Botanical Gardens Rangers bowlers from the Grandin Divers. They seem to have, drowned them with the amount of water that they put on that range today.
So Dean Brown is coming back for his second and final over. Previous one going for 6.
Struck on the pad, maybe a little high. And also there's a big angle because Brown angles the ball in from wide of the stump. But I think the height may have been more of a question there because he was across his stump.
Yes, struck him around the thigh. And seems likely to have gone over the top.
Yes, and Demba is not the shortest. As Brown comes in. Looks to go over the onside again, getting an inside edge. So he's telegraphing what he wants to do. He's looking to go over that mid-wicket area. But Brown so far has been able to prevent him from doing so. 24 runs per over needed now. And with a miserly over 2, it will get above 36. This one is pulled straight to the man at short fine, but single taken. Oh my goodness, that's not good cricket. That's not good cricket by Bibi. He puts his hand up. Really should just throw that to the keeper. That would have been a single, so an extra run obtained there from the overthrow.
Yes, Demba not being able to get on to the end of any of these Dean Brong deliveries. Mixing them up is Dean Brong as he usually does.
He gets onto that one, and it's a high run cracking 6 onto the roof of the Mike Finley Pavilion. This time he was in the slot, just in that swinging arc, and he went easily over the wide long on area for 6.
Yes, a little bit of a cutter, some pace off, a little bit wider than the previous deliveries as well, giving Demba enough time to see that one and get on to the end of it.
At this rate, and I'm telling you, Myers Bascom, because I know you're part of the organizing team, and Dr. Shallow, you all would have to bring twice as many balls in for the next VPL.
Yes, that standby umpire is making quite a few trips onto the field. The 6s, it would appear that it's the closer you are to the boundary rope, the safer it is. And the further you go away, the more in danger you are.
Yes, we haven't seen a lot of small 6s. As this one is hit down too long on, they're pushing for 2. Should be able to get it. A direct hit there would have seen him short. But good backing up there by Walton. Springing the step there of Asif as he was doing the feeling. Let's look at the replay. It'll be interesting to see how close it was to a direct hit. That's the wrong end. Yes, a direct hit would have seen him short. He's way out as he's diving in. Wrong again to Demba. This time he's struck on the pad. And so Dean Brong completes his spell. 2 overs, none for 16. And really, in the midst of all this carnage, he has done an excellent job.
Yes, he would be disappointed not to pick up a wicket or 2 to help his case in that race for the Sanders orange cap. But he would certainly be satisfied with his economy. His captain would be satisfied with his economy coming in to bowl his first over within the power play and only conceding 6 runs. Very good effort from Dean today.
Yes, must be commended for his bowling. And when he came on to bowl, the Rangers were still in the game as well. So his spell has had an impact on the game. As we see coming from the southern end, that's towards the island of Becco, it will be Razeen Brown. Hasn't bowled a lot in this tournament so far. Hasn't played a lot, as a matter of fact. I think this may be his second game. And I don't think he bowled in the first one. So Razeen Brown has done a lot of bowling for the Divers in previous editions of the VPL. Bowls a heavy ball. Looks for those Yorkers at the end of the innings. Strong man. Built like a bodybuilder. Feel here. The feelers out. Deep square. Long on, long off. Sweeper cover. Third man. And with this field, he'll be going wide off stump, Miles.
Yeah, so the plan would clearly be to prevent the left-hander from hitting into the leg side with the wind. So you see the added protection. Well, it was a short third man, but now he has moved into what is probably a forced slip. And
This time,
sticking with the plan.
Yeah, this time not called wide. So maybe it's a chance for Atticus to take a step across to access that delivery. Because he has seen what the plan will be. So it's now about his counter. What does he do to counter it? And this one is off the top edge for Twitter shot, but it gets the desired result for Atticus. Goes away for Hyrule, edging for
cracking 4. They're all cracking 4s. Right? And the intention there was to cut that over the point fielder who was inside of the circle. Big gap on the boundary there between the fielder at third man and the sweeper cover. Got a healthy edge and was able to beat the third man to his right.
This time he gets it away for 6 runs. He goes to straight Razin and makes that cardinal mistake on the left-hander, onto the left-hander pads. And you know how that goes.
Yes, Atticus, as we mentioned, he's a top quality batsman. Though he has been used more so for his off breaks, he is certainly a capable hitter.
This time he goes down the ground, defeated there by the lack of pace. Will it be caught? Dean Brown, oh man, he got there with a lot of extra time. I think his brother Razin will be quite upset about that one, because he had the chance to pick up and wicket quite early in his spell. 103 for 6 while we were speaking there. The 100 came up with that 6. Not often that 100 will come up in the 8th over and there isn't much to celebrate, so to speak, for the batting team. This one has been hit through mid-wicket. Richie should get it. Excellent feeling there. Very good work done by Richie on the boundary. Keeps it to 2. It's 105 for 6. 2.1 overs left. The run rate has now achieved the 30 mark. And I think by the time you have about 3 or 4 more deliveries, it will be beyond the reach of the batting team. This one seems to have struck the keeper on his knee. As if some byplay there with him and the crowd. As the physio runs out now. No signal from the umpire, I think. Did he? Did he signal a bye?
Oh,
I would have missed that signal.
Very uncomfortable when that ball misses the protection there. That one seemed just to evade the wicket-keeping pads and hit him flush on the knee. Quite painful, but he should be okay.
Yes, have a look at the replay. Atticus well across his stump. Oh, yes. Right on that knee there. Yes, that will be very painful, as you mentioned. Take him a while just to recover. He's on his feet. So at the end here of the 8th over, 2 overs remaining. They need another, I think, 65 runs. So 2 or 3 dot deliveries now will make it mathematically impossible, where they will need to hit about 10 consecutive 6s. And if we see that here today, what a time it will be.
I think the players capable of doing that are all looking on, having taken off pads and gloves. And they're mere spectators at this point.
So BB, he will be bowling to Atticus Brown. Would want to get a good knock here ahead of what is to come. He hasn't really batted in the tournament so far. He's batting low in the order, but there may be times when they're in trouble in the coming games and they would need him to play an innings for them. This one has been hit straight, man under it at long on actually, and it's caught there by Benetton Stapleton having on his shot there. Benny And that's the end of Atticus's innings. Gave it a good try, but I think that it was beyond him by the time he got to the crease.
Yes, very capable batsman, but certainly not known as a power hitter. Certainly a class player, but not enough muscle in that one to get it over the rope. We see him being replaced by his captain, Keswick Williams, who left the field earlier with a little bit of a niggle, and doesn't seem to be coming to the middle with any great enthusiasm here. But that may just be as a result of the daunting task that is ahead of him.
Yes, and for those who have noted it, this is the first delivery of the ninth over, and it would have been if the Botanical Gardens Rangers had gotten to this score at this point, as in when I say this score, I mean the 171 that they are chasing, that they would have gotten past the Lassufre Hikers in terms of run rate to be second on the table. But obviously that is not going to happen because A, they're not getting to the score, and B, at least it doesn't look like that from here, and B, they definitely are not getting it within the 8.1 overs that they required. So I think the aim here should be to try to get as close to it as possible in the next 11 deliveries. As Bibi continues, he wants to get some wickets. It's bowled. Bibi has the 4th wicket. In swinging Yorker. Keswick is bowled first delivery. That was an excellent delivery there from Bibi against his police teammate.
Yes, full and tailing in. Very good delivery force up here to Keswick. A little bit of a round arm action on that one from Bibi, and he got that one to tail in between bat and pad and knocking back that off stump. So the 8th wicket goes down, and now the run rate has officially crossed that 36 mark, which means that even if they hit 6 sixes, they will get them 60 runs, and it will not be enough if they hit 10 sixes of the remaining 10 deliveries. So as long as there aren't any extras here from the Divers team, they have the game in hand. And we are now down into the lower half, or the lower order of the Botanical Gardens Rangers team. Jaron John comes out to bat. Jaron John, another capable batsman. Surprised to see him so low down the order.
Yes, he played that one nicely, coming onto the front foot.
Yeah, a similar delivery to the one that got Keswick, probably a meter or so shorter. But well watched and played by John. Avoiding the hat-trick of wickets.
So Bibi again into John. Drives it down the ground. Bibi getting that ball to tail in nicely. John seems to be aware of that. Not looking to go across the line or to open up the offside to open up that gap for that ball to go between, and just going straight down the ground. So 8 deliveries remaining. They need 64 runs. They actually need 8 runs per ball, which is mathematically impossible. So 48 runs per over needed. That's an excellent delivery there by Bibi. That one swung in nicely just outside the off stump. Yorker length. Well executed by Bibi. He has actually 4 wickets for 4 runs. One of the best spells we have seen so far in the VPL. Of course, I'm sure aided a lot by the scoreboard pressure, but good bowling.
Yes, I mean, execution is pretty much spot on for Bibi here. earlier he bowled lengths when the batsmen were coming hard at him with the field back, and now at the death he is opting to go full for that Yorker length, for those Yorker length deliveries, and quite successfully so far.
So 4 for 5. Excellent figures here by Romario Bibi. At the end of the 9th over, so 1 over remaining. They still need another 63 runs. Yes, I said 63 because the Grenadine Divers had scored 170 for 3 at their turn at the crease.
Best bowling figures in any edition of the VPL, Alanson?
I can't remember offhand who has it, but I think somebody has taken a 5-wicket haul somewhere along the line, but I can't remember who did. My memory is not what it used to be. So I'll probably have to make a check to see that. We'll ask the statisticians maybe to go and find that out for us, and we could see what that is. But definitely took 4 runs to go for 5 runs after 2 overs and to take 4 wickets. It's an excellent bowling spell.
Yeah, but certainly Bibi is making a case here that probably he has been underbowled in this tournament. I can't recall him bowling and going for many in any game prior to this. I recall him not bowling in quite a number of the games that preceded.
That one has been hit a long way over long off for a Haroon cracking 6. Right in the slot there by Strong. Just a bit too full with his slower delivery there. And that has been walloped. Another good shot in the gap. Richie should cut it off. Yes. He has been excellent in his ground feeling in this tournament and his catching.
Yes, and not just this edition, maybe all previous editions of VPL that he has participated in. Two runs there scampered by Demba, one of the fittest members of the Botanical Rangers squad. And by fit, I don't mean medically fit, I mean physically fit. Has put in some hard yards with the Windward Islands Volcanoes in terms of fitness work. And certainly paying off here. Seems to have put on a pound or 2 of muscle, and we are seeing the dividends here.
Yeah, that's a big 6 again there, almost going out of the ground. And that's a long way away from the wicket in that direction. So what we have been informed is that there have been no 5-wicket hauls in the VPL so far, and that the haul of Romario Bibi, 4 for 5 so far, is the best in all editions of the VPL. Excellent work. But in my opinion,
struck in a pretty uncomfortable area there is Demba. Straw adjusting by pulling back his length, maintaining that tight line, body line to Demba, pulling back his length.
So last delivery here. Straw down the wicket. Goes Demba for another Haroon cracking 6. And he makes 48 not out. Kenneth Demba of 19 deliveries. So maybe also making a case. Maybe making a case for a promotion in the order as well.
Certainly has shown in this innings and in previous editions of the VPL that he is capable of hitting the long ball. I think few innings in this edition, he would have had the opportunity, but really hasn't come off. But today certainly is a good day for him to come off. I'm heading into that qualifying round with the Rangers at 4th place. They are going to need everybody at the top of their potential. So, the Grenadines Divers, 117 for 3. Batting force, Ryshawn Williams, 63 from 25 deliveries. Chadwick Walton, 63 from 30 deliveries. Benetton Stapleton, 18 from 4. Ravendra Prasad, the pick of the bowlers, with 2 wickets, costing him 47 runs from his 2 overs. And Keswick Williams, 1 wicket, costing him 35 runs from 1.2 overs before he retired off the field. The Botanical Garden Rangers in reply, 130 for 8. Kenneth Demba finishing with 48 not out from 19 balls. Kieran Kotoy was after a flying start with 29 from 10 before he holed out at long on off the bowling of Romario Bibi. He was Bibi's first of 4 wickets. Andrew Fletcher got 22 from 6, and while Fletcher and Kotoy were together at the wicket, it looked as though the chase might be on, but one of those lusty blows from Fletcher seemed to have done him some damage, carrying a niggle, and he seemed to have aggravated that injury and was prepared to leave the field, but was dismissed, probably the delivery before he would have left. Romario Bibi, the pick of the bowlers, to be confirmed, the best figures in any edition of the VPL in a single match. 4 wickets for 5 runs from 2 overs. Westwick Straw picking up 2 wickets for 32 runs from his 2. And Richie Richards, 1 wicket for 22 runs from 1 over.
Yes, and Ryshawn Williams as well, 1 for 15 from his 1 over. As we take a short break here, and we'll be right back with you with the presentation. When we come back, we'll have Osnet Cater with the presentation ceremony.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field, where we have just witnessed the final game of the preliminary round stage. And after that game, we can tell you that the Botanical Gardens Rangers were soundly beaten by about 40 runs by the Grenadines Divers in that game. Grenadines Divers setting a record 170 for 3 in their batting innings and ended up winning by 40 runs. We are about to go down to Mr. Osnet Cato, who has the 2 captains, and he has also the first National Bank Man of the Match. Just a slight delay there. That's good afternoon.
Watch this.
Good afternoon and welcome to the post-match presentation. We have here the conclusion of match number 24 in Vinci Premier League. We had an intriguing contest today between the Botanical Gardens Rangers and the Grenadine Divers, with the Grenadine Divers winning this one by 41 runs. I have here with me Mr. Kesrick Williams, the losing captain from today's games. Commiserations on that defeat for you today, Kesrick.
I don't even want to say it's one of them days again. I mean, at the end of the day, the Divers outplayed us. So, congrats to them. So, it's just a matter of us just pick up ourselves. We can't be playing like that going into the playoffs. So, with the amount of injuries we have, but it's how it is. It's cricket. Just gotta play it.
Having won the toss and sent Divers to bat, it was always going to be a difficult task chasing down 170.
Yeah, it's a good total, but if they made it, we could have made it as well. We just needed a good power play as we usually get throughout the tournament. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case today. As I said, we've been outplayed at least twice in this tournament, and that's how it is sometimes in cricket. You get outplayed, sometimes you outplay teams, sometimes you win some by just a small margin. But at the end of the day, I mean, we didn't do what we're supposed to do today well at all with the ball, with the bat, so we lose.
This is a game you definitely want to get behind you as you seek to go through the playoff. A big match coming up against the Sauerpound Breakers. What do you think you need to do different moving into that game?
I just got to execute more, a bowling point of view. But that will be kind of difficult when you have most of your guys injured. The main players in the team are injured and just, strolling through every period. So at the end of the day, we just have to, be our brother's keeper. Try our best to cope with these injuries, because after this a lot of guys have cricket coming up. So I mean, you just have to just cope, nurse them every night, come back the next day with a little bit of pain and just finish the game. Play the game hard.
Okay, thank you very much, Kesrick, and all the best moving forward in the tournament. And now welcome Mr. Asif Hooper, the captain of the Grenadine Divers team. Asif, a complete performance today, one of your best in the tournament.
Yeah, you're fine. I thought the game against Alpine Breakers was we win by a bigger margin, but today the plan was just to play with a free mind, and we kind of execute that with our batting. I thought Chadwick and Raishon Williams, they started well for us. That little cameo from Bennett and Stapleton, that propelled us to the highest total in VPL thus far. I thought it was a great effort in the field with Romario Bibi, who took 4 wickets for 5 runs. I thought it was a great team effort today.
With 2 wins in the tournament, 2 big wins against some teams that were what you would say are more fancy teams. It just shows the quality that is in the side.
The team always have potential. I mean, we found ourselves in some situation where we needed 6 runs from the last ball and we fell short. But that is behind us. We just need to rebuild for next year. Hopefully we can get back the same team. I'm very happy with my guys.
Okay, 1 game to go in the tournament. I guess you're looking forward to more of the same from your guys?
Exactly. We need to finish on a high, and today it's a preview of what will happen on Saturday.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best, Asif. Okay, our next presentation will be the first National Bank Man of the Match as nominated by our commentary team, and we have Mr. Raishon Williams of the Grenadine Divers. He is the man of the match for today. Raishon, well played, batting at the top of the order. You seem to relish that role.
Yeah, man. Naturally, I'm an opening batsman, so I always wanted that opportunity, and once I saw that it was open, I took it.
We saw you playing the ball traditionally, as in the V, hitting the ball over long off, long on. Was that a conscious plan, or it just came off?
To be honest, the best place to hit the ball is straight, so that's my strength. So I just try to stick to the basics as much as possible and execute the shots well.
How was your experience being so far in the VPL 5.0?
The VPL, nice. I would love to come back. To be honest, the vibe, the crowd, it's just the energy that everyone brings. Whether players, the crowd, everyone involved is really nice.
Okay, thank you very much, Raishon, and all the best in the remainder of the tournament.
Thanks.
Okay, so you can now collect your prize from Mr. Samuel Holder, representative from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association. So that concludes our presentation ceremony for today. We'll see you guys again tomorrow where we have some other mouth-watering matchups.
Thank you very much, Osnet. And yes, tomorrow it's going to be a very, very important day here at the VPL. It will be the beginning of the playoff stage, and we have 2 very important games for you tomorrow. First, we will have the teams, of course, that finished at the top of the table in first and second, and they will be playing in the second game, actually. The first game will be the Eliminator 1, and that will be between the teams that placed 3rd and 4th, and those are the Botanical Gardens Rangers, who were just in action, and the Salt Pond Breakers. So the Salt Pond Breakers and the Rangers will be playing tomorrow in the first game, and the winner will go on and play the second eliminator, but the loser goes home. So it's winner or go home tomorrow morning in that first game for the Salt Pond Breakers and the Botanical Gardens Rangers. In the second game, the benefit of finishing in the top 2, you have the first qualifier, in which the Hikers, Lassufre Hikers, will be playing against the 4 Charlotte Strikers. The winner will go straight through to the finals, and the one who loses will play the winner of game 1, which was the eliminator game, and they will play each other on the next day, which will be the Saturday game. So very important games tomorrow, and we will talk more about them when we have our build-up for tomorrow morning, and we will also talk about all the action planned for the weekend. But for us today, thank you for joining us. All our commentary team, the production team at ITFX, SVG, and everyone here. On behalf of everyone, we thank you for joining us for the qualifying round stages, and we will see you tomorrow. And this is Alanson Cruikshank signing off.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket,
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.